Part 1. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 1. First Call. "One word," Corrigan said. "Spare. Read the schedule's own meaning of it into the record, and I'll sit down and be no further trouble to anybody's afternoon." "It's in the annex." The clerk in concession gray had the annex open across her knee and had had it open since he started, which the desk holds and which was published with the instrument in 2319. Then it's a short read. The claims officer looked along the bench at the back of the bay where the afternoon's applicants sat with their folders and their queue numbers and had not moved in an hour except to change which knee the folder wrote on. Read it. The Ring 6 claims desk had a counter, a rail, 4 chairs, and a door that stood open onto the Ring's inboard passage because the bay had been drawn as a store and drew no air of its own. Everything said in it went out into the corridor and got walked through. A barrow of printed panel went past behind Corrigan's shoulder. Further along, 2 men were conducting a delivery dispute in 2 languages, amiably, the same argument going round twice. The clerk read, "Spare capacity. In respect of each ring, the environmental capacity of the ring as designed, less the aggregate allocation entered against the residential schedule of that ring at the date of the instrument." The last part again. "At the date of the instrument." Thank you. That's read very well, by the way. I've had senior people mumble that clause at me and hope I wouldn't ask. Corrigan turned a quarter so the officer had the front of him and the bench had the side. Ring 6 was a drawing in 2319. Nobody was entered against its residential schedule because there wasn't one. There were frames, a hoist, and a crew. So the annex took the ring as designed, subtracted nothing, and wrote every meter of it down as spare. 3,600 people are living inside that figure this afternoon. Every one of them is spare. "They're tenants," the clerk said. "They're on the housing roll." "They are. The housing roll doesn't reach the annex, and you've just read me why. The only allocation your instrument can see is the allocation of a ring nobody had plated yet. So when the houses enter a draw against Ring 6's spare capacity, the capacity in question is a ring with people asleep in it, and there is no line anywhere in that annex where they appear." A woman on the bench said something under her breath to the man beside her, and the man made a noise, and the officer looked down the bay until the 2 of them were finished. Advocate. "Nearly done." To the clerk, "Who can amend the annex?" The clerk turned 2 pages before she answered, which he liked her for. "The houses, on their own instruction, entered with this desk." "Only the houses?" "It's their instrument." "It is." Corrigan let a breath go by. "Then read me the clause that lets anybody ask them to." The pages went back the other way, unhurried, and then again with a finger down the margin. A burst of children ran past the open door and away up the ring. "There isn't one," the clerk said. "There isn't. Sir, I'd like that in the note. Not as a submission, as a fact of the paper, entered on the day it was read out." The officer wrote it, which cost him nothing, and Corrigan let the silence afterwards run, and it did not run long. Then the clerk did a thing nobody had asked her to do. "The draw isn't discretionary in any case," she said. "The tenant is the glassworks on the 6 frontage. A furnace can't be cold-started if the draw's held up, the run's lost, and the tenant carries a loss they've done nothing to earn, and the houses have obligations to their tenants the same as anybody else has." "That's an interesting point," Corrigan said, and made none of the 4 replies available to him, and sat down. The officer granted the draw on the build lease instrument in 1 sentence, without reference to any furnace. First call on berth priority and environmental allocation, running with the term, The term 40 years, the instrument of 2319 for rings 5 and 6. Entered, dated, effective on the quarter. You've had this answer before, advocate. 4 times. 5 now, not unkindly. The renewals list. The list went the way lists go. Ring 6's residential renewals were granted against what stood in the pool once first call had been entered against it, and the pool was worked in the order the applications had been lodged. The officer read the numbers off, and the folders came up off the bench one at a time, and the early ones went through on the nod, and somewhere past the middle of the afternoon, the pool ran out. After that, the officer said the same 4 words to each remaining queue number. No allocation this quarter. Then, you may relodge. Corrigan stood for the first refusal and for everyone after it, and argued hardship on 3 of them, and got nothing, because hardship had nowhere on the form to go. Lodging order, he said. That's the whole of the ground. These households are refused because somebody else reached the counter before them. On the ground that there's no allocation, the officer said, which there isn't. Advocate, I've got the trade side tomorrow and a list like this one waiting on me. Then one thing and I'll go. Read the refusals into the record. Names, queue numbers, the order they were lodged in, and the ground under each. The clerk in concession gray looked up at that, briefly, the way people look up at a request whose price they cannot see. It's already the ground, the officer said. Then it costs you the time it takes to say it out loud, and I'll take a clerk's copy at my own expense, and you'll not see me again this quarter. Corrigan gave him the whole of the grin. That last part's the offer, sir. Consider it carefully. The officer read the refusals into the record. It took no time at all, and Corrigan wrote every one of them down on the back of the notice he had come in with, in a hand he had developed for exactly this, and could read at a run. The clerk in concession gray packed the annex into a soft case and stopped at the rail on her way out. The sublet market on 6 is very active, she said. That's not a small thing. My cousin found a share off the market stair inside a 10-day, and she's happier where she is now. Nobody refused this afternoon is going to be sleeping in a corridor. No, nobody is. So it isn't as hard as it sounds when it's said out the way you say it. You read that annex better than anyone they've sent yet. Tell them I said so. They'll hate it, and it'll still be true. Corrigan held the door for her, and she went out into the passage with the case under her arm, and the Barrow traffic took her. Milek was waiting past the bay door with her slip folded once and her shift bag already on her shoulder. They had been children on the same corridor in the old rings, 4 doors apart, and she had never once been impressed by him talking his way out of anything. Well, she said, I'll take it up. Don't. I'm going anyway, so you're getting it whether you want it or not. Corrigan put his hand out for the slip. Give. Milek gave him the slip. There's a share going on 6 off the void stair. 2 rooms, 3 of us, and it's 10 minutes to my shift instead of 40. I'd have been an idiot not to look at it. 6. 6 is fine. I work under it. She shifted the bag. You've got your face on. Don't come down to the voids and be sorry at me. I haven't the time to be polite about it. I wasn't going to be sorry at you. You were going to be warm at me. It's worse. Milek was already moving. Thursday, if you're not busy being the ring's conscience, bring something that isn't printed. Corrigan put the slip in his inside pocket with the notice and the names and went down the ring. The inboard passage on 6 ran straight from the claims bay to the section stair, and at the change of the day watch, a man got down it at the crowd speed or not at all. Corrigan took it at the crowd speed. A wash queue at the junction had turned into a discussion about somebody's wedding and had acquired a stool. A woman with 2 full cans went by at the shoulder of a man carrying nothing and let him carry nothing and told him about it the whole way to the stair. 24,000 people held quarters on the Cairn, and another few thousand were passing through in any given week, depending on how the routes had run. 13,000 of them slept in rings that had been lines on a drawing back when Corrigan was still taking appeals off a folding table. He came down the section stair into the relay heart at the hour when the day watch changed over and all that arithmetic tried to buy its supper at once. The heart's floor had been floor. 4 years ago, there had been a drift board, a noodle counter, and a great deal of deck. Now the deck was let in pitches to the wall on 3 sides and in barrows down the 4th, and the pitches ran to their own order. How long you had stood there, written nowhere. The oldest frontages had the south stair and the light. A man who had come in last year had the corner by the recycling gate and would keep it until somebody died or got rich. Across the middle of it ran the freight lane, painted on the deck in yellow, wide enough for the hoist, and repainted by the traders out of their own pockets, because the heart had been a junction before anybody sold anything on it. As Corrigan crossed, a newcomer with a folding counter of pressed fruit had set up with one leg of it inside the yellow. 2 women off the pitch behind him lifted the near end, walked it clear, set it down, and went back to their trade without breaking off the conversation they were having about a 3rd woman's brother. The fruit seller looked at his counter in its new position and at the line and moved himself round to the clear side, and went on selling. Corrigan bought nothing and stopped 4 times crossing. The Vechol drift was chalked up on the board, the outboard market running its own hours again, later against tomorrow than it had been against today, and a knot of hauliers were doing the sum out loud and disagreeing about it. A grill under the south stair had a queue folded back on itself twice, and a boy working the fold, taking orders backwards down the line so the front of it never stopped. On the east side, where the frontages were deepest, Ollery had the 2 doors either side of his chandlery counters and had knocked through, and what came out of the middle door was the sound of a room full of people spending. He stood outside it with his sleeves down, watching a man chalk a measurement on the deck for a serving hatch. Advocate: Ollery, you've eaten your own neighbors. The counters pay the rent, and the drink pays for the counters, and 4 years ago I'd have told you neither of them would, Ollery said, and went back in. Past the seal cabinet, the crowd folded. It folded fast for something worth looking at. 4 men were bringing a bath up the ring passage at head height, a real bath, earth iron, white inside and green outside with the enamel gone at one lip, carried upside down on 4 shoulders with a maker's name cast into the underside in letters a hand long. The freight on it had cost more than the bath had ever cost anybody, and every soul in the passage knew that without being told, and not one of them thought less of the man who had paid it. "Whose?" somebody shouted. "Ring 5, said the man at the back left, which was answer enough and got a roar out of everyone near enough to hear it. A woman by the recycling gate wanted to know where the water was supposed to come from. The man at the back left said the gentleman had that in hand. Somebody else asked whether the gentleman had a spare afternoon and a spare wife. The bath went on up the passage at head height and turned at the section stair with a great deal of instruction from people who were not carrying it, and the crowd closed behind it and got back to buying things. In the noodle queue, 2 people were making an appalling job of getting somewhere." "No, but the head's the easy part," the young man was saying. He had a metering rig over one shoulder and had angled himself so that it showed. "It's the run behind the head. You'd be amazed what's behind the head." "I wouldn't," the woman said. "I fit them." "You fit heads." "I fit the run behind the head." Right. So you'd know then about the—" "I'd know." About the seating. He had gone red and was going on anyway, because there's a way of doing the seating that people don't. There is, she agreed, and let him stand in it. The man ahead of them in the queue had turned round to watch and was making no attempt to hide it. "Two," the woman said to the counter and to the young man, in exactly the same voice, "you're paying." Corrigan came out of the far side of the heart with his coat over his arm and the whole floor's noise at his back, and the paper in his inside pocket had not changed since the bay door. The clerk had been right. The annex said what she had read out, and meant what it said. And it had said it on a day when Ring 6 was a hoist and a crew, and it would go on saying it for 40 years. And he had run at it 5 times now, like a man shouldering a door that opened the other way. At the foot of the administration stair, he put the coat on properly, shot his cuffs, and went up. 2 levels above the heart, the noise fell off to nothing, which was what the old corps paid for and got. The administrator's outer office had a bench, a counter, a rack of forms, and a clerk who had plainly been doing this since before there were rings to do it about. "Advocate Corrigan, Ring 6 claims this afternoon." "You're quick." "The desk copies its dailies up." The clerk had the sheet already. "Refusals for want of allocation, the back of the list." "Was there something the office can do for you?" "There is. The quarter's about to post renewal figures on 6 against a pool that had a first call draw taken out of it this afternoon, and the households at the bottom of today's list are refused on nothing except the order they lodged. If the administrator holds those over to the new quarter, just held over, not granted, the desk can hear them against a pool that's been recomputed, and nobody loses a lease to a queue number. The office doesn't sit over the claims desk. It doesn't. It talks to it. It does. The clerk wrote nothing down. Representations to the administrator go on this form. I'll docket it today, and you'll have a return date. What return date? New quarter. That's the thing I'm trying to get in front of. It's the return date there is, the clerk said, and put the form on the counter, turned so he could read it, with a stylus beside it. Corrigan filled it in. It had a box for the instrument, a box for the ring, a box for the relief sought, and ruled lines for the grounds, and he wrote the grounds small so that all of it fitted, because a continuation sheet went into a different pile, and he had learned that the year the rings opened. While he wrote, a woman came in off the gallery with a crate of vat greens on her hip, said something to the clerk that had Thursday in it, and went straight through the inner door without a docket, a number, or a form. The clerk did not look up. A while after that, a master off one of the trade side halls put a card on the counter, and the clerk read it and said, 6th bell, and she'll want the tonnage with her, and the master thanked her and left with his afternoon solved. Corrigan finished the grounds and turned the form round. "Are you appearing for any of them in particular?" the clerk said, reading down it. "If there's a household with a certifiable hardship, that goes on the front, and the front moves. Medical, dependent, a rig on the quarter." The slip with Mileck's queue number on it sat in his inside pocket against his chest, folded once. "For the list," Corrigan said. The clerk stamped it, tore the docket, and put the counterfoil in his hand. "New quarter. Can I put you a question that isn't on the form?" "You can put it." "How does a person get through that door with a crate of greens?" The clerk looked at him then, without any unkindness at all. "By carrying them up here every Thursday for 4 years, she said. "Was there anything else, Advocate?" Out on the landing, the gallery ran the length of the office level, and below it the heart was still going. The pitches lit, the grill queue folded on itself, the driftboard's chalk gone smeary under somebody's sleeve. Corrigan took the notice out of his inside pocket and read the names down the back of it, and the queue numbers, and the order they had been lodged in. Under them, with the stylus he had not given back, he started a second column. the trade-side desk, which sat on Thursdays, the metering rounds falling due on 7, the berth board, and the hands who read it every morning without getting on it. He left the column long. There was going to be more. Corrigan buttoned the coat and took the gallery stair down the fast way, toward the trade side, writing as he went. Chapter 2. 900 Hands. The berth board ran 1 to 22 down its left edge, white paint on black steel, bolted to the chalk hut at the head of the aprons. 14 of the 22 lines were dressed already. Printed slips, pinned flat, crew lists complete down to the relief names. The print went up the night before the work did, and it was the same print as yesterday, near enough, and yesterday's had been the same as the day before's. The rest of the board was bare steel, and a rail of chalk stubs on a string, and it stayed bare until the call. Den read the board from the third stair of the chalk hut, which was where a man could read it without looking like a man queuing at it. 6th morning on that stair. The slips didn't change, and he read them anyway. Top to bottom, the way you check a pocket you already know is empty. Under the printed berths, the aprons had been working since before the lamps came up today. A tenant hull at 4 with both gantries on her, cargo netting going over the rail in bights, a tally clerk walking her ramp with a lamp on his collar. 2 more hulls further down, deck lit, crews aboard, the whine of the winches carrying the length of the dock the way it carried in the dry air, which was flatly and forever. On the south apron, the Vekhol gang were rigging out for the day, and their cat, 4 years fatter and still entered on their manifest, sat on the warm roof of the chalk hut and watched a whole dock with the contempt of an animal that had never once stood a call. The call queue built below the board as it had all week. Gangs stood with gangs. The outer face kept the rail side. The ramp gang sat on the dunnage and argued about a game they'd stopped playing an hour ago. The pool hands, Den's end of the register, strung out along the hut wall in 1s and 2s, not talking much, watching the stair to the loadmaster's post. The youngest of the Barrow gang came down the concourse at a dead run with his set still in his hand, took the hut stairs 2 at a time, read the board in one pass, and went back down them no slower, off to tell somebody something they already knew. Den put his hands in his pockets and left them there. 4 years ago that had been him, and running it had never once changed what the board said. At the first bell, Sesk came out to the rail of the post stair with the schedule book open across one arm. The rail had been set for human forearms and took his elbows at a stoop. He stood a head over it and read the board's far side down the apron draft, and the clear lead crossed his eyes once against the dust and drew back. "First calls stand as posted," Sesk said. Nobody looked at the printed slips. Everybody had already read them. 9. The tanker off the inner run, outer face, full day. A stir along the rail side, boots coming off the lower rail. 11. The tallow, in off the short haul, south apron, half day. 6. The morning hauler, mixed consignment, 2 custody lines, 1 seal dispute. Ramp gang, the tally, half day. The stylus moved in his grip, lower thumb and 2 fingers, and stopped. "The check at 6 is named," Sesk said. "Den, second bell to the 6th, half on the book." The clerk chalked the calls as they fell. At the foot of the board, where the chalk dust never quite cleared, she wrote the morning's other figure as she wrote it every morning. Stood down, 340. The register ran 900 names. The number at the foot of the board had not moved much all week. The queue came apart as it always did, fast at the called end, slow at the wall. Amrit Sahi went by with the outer face call, rigging bag on one shoulder, hurrying for nothing, and put 2 fingers to his brow at Den in passing, which from Sahi covered congratulation, commiseration, and the weather. The pool hands along the hut peeled off in 1s and 2s toward the pay window to sign the stand-down sheet. A few of them looked at Den as they passed. Nobody said anything. There were 2 hands on that wall who could hold account against a document as well as Den could, and one of them had more mornings on the sheet than he did, and every man on the stair could name both of them. Den went up to the rail instead of down to the window. "Chief, I'm not next for a naming. If 6 wants a check, the ramp gang can carry the check. They're carrying the tally, and if it wants naming, there's hands on that sheet with more mornings on it than mine. You know there are. I stood next to them." "The ramp gang carries the tally," Sesk said. "A seal dispute takes a checker who can hold the count against the document while the tally runs. Within reach of the second bell, that is you." The book came round under his arm. "Take the docket." The docket was already made out, time-stamped at the 5th hour. The board had gone up at the 6th. Den took the docket. The morning hauler at 6 was a mid-run bulk boat with her ramp down and her master still asleep, and the consignment was 400 pallet of milled dry stock split across 2 custody lines, 1 consignee forward, 1 aft, and a seal on the manifest that had come up wrong at the master's own count off the top of the run. Den found the dispute before the ramp gang had the second tier broken down. The seal on the 9th pallet was logged against the 10th's line, and the 10th's against the 9th. Somebody's stylus at the load port had jumped a line, and every entry after it had marched down the page 1 hole out. It took him to mid-morning to prove it, pallet by pallet. Both custody lines counted whole against their documents in the order the holds gave them up, and the proof came out clean. A transposition. Nothing missing, nothing over. It was good work, and he did it well, and he did it too fast. By the 3rd tier, he was setting the pace for the gang off his own count, calling the next pallet before the straps were off the last, and the ramp gang's oldest hand, a woman who had rigged this dock when the dock was 6 berths and a prayer, put a boot on the runner beside him and looked at him until he stopped. "It counts the same speed either way, son." Den eased up. The heat stayed in his ears the rest of the shift. All morning, down the apron line, the printed berths ran. The gantries at 4 never stopped swinging. A tenant crew at 2 turned their hull around in 5 hours flat and had her warped out before the noon bell, and another one stood in toward the same berth before the fenders had stopped swinging. That was the dock now. Full berths, full crews, tonnage moving as it had never moved in the relay's whole first age, and 340 names at the pay window by the second bell, signing the sheet, going home to their sections with the day in front of them like a room they'd already searched. At the 6th bell, Den signed the check certificate. Both custody lines reconciled, the transposition documented, referred to the load port, and took his chit to the pay window. Half a shift on the book. The clerk behind the grill stamped it without looking up. Beside the window, under scratched glass, the transfer notices were pinned in a rank. Leases up for assignment, section and frontage listed, renewal dates in small print at the foot. 3 this 10-day. Den read all 3, the way he read them every time he passed the window. He had never once mentioned it to anybody. A hand from the wall was waiting for him at the foot of the stair. Pool, like Den. More mornings on the sheet than Den. He fell in alongside as Den came down, and for half the length of the hut he said nothing at all. "Didn't know checks got named," the man said. "Neither did I." The man walked another few steps, hands in his jacket, eyes on the aprons. "If another one gets named, ask him. You're all right with him." I'm not I don't have any pull with the chief. It was a seal thing. He needed it counted before—" "You're all right with him," the man said, and peeled off toward the section stairs without waiting on an answer, leaving Den holding all of it, half a chit in one pocket and somebody's morning in the other. The bar under the ramp had started 4 years ago as a counter, 2 kegs and a string of work lights borrowed off the plating crews, and the music then had come out of somebody's set propped against a coil of line. It had walls now. It had 3 rooms, if you counted the alcove, and its own printed cups with its own mark on them, and prices that made transient crews laugh out loud the first time and pay the second time. And at the shift change it was packed so deep the steam off the food counter never reached the door. Den came down the ramp stairs into the noise at the half-bell. The room sorted itself on its own terms. The worked at the counter, the stood down along the wall with their cups made to last, the outer face holding their alcove, the trays crossing the one gap by the food counter that everybody in the room folded away from without looking. In the far corner, a shelf and a table stood empty in all that crowd, and stayed empty. The night gang came off at the next bell, and that corner was the night gang's, and the packed room flowed around it like water round a bollard. A half-chit bought the counter. Den stood at the wall. Den had been there long enough to get the first taste of his cup when Sahi's hand closed on his collar from behind and steered him, without consultation, through the press to the counter, and planted him at it. "Half a day's work," Sahi said to the room in general, "and a full day's face on it." To the counterman, 2. The crane hand off the number 3 cradle was buying that end of the counter rounds his wife's boat had posted inbound at the 6th bell, and he was standing drinks with the concentrated satisfaction of a man spending money he had been saving up specifically to waste. The new hand was down that end too. Everyone called him the Earth Hand, because he still had the boots, real leather gone gray at the seams, and he watched the round come up and put his cup on the shelf by the cold store, and a rigger moved it 18 inches left without a word or a glance, and the Earth Hand looked at his relocated cup, moved himself the same 18 inches, and carried on. The shelf was the night gang's. He'd learn it, or he wouldn't. "Whose wife?" the Earth Hand said. "Thought he bunked alone." "He does," the rigger said. "She's mate on an inner-run boat. Home 2 days a run, gone the rest." "And that holds together, does it?" "They're settled non-standard," said the youngest of the barrow gang, without turning round. He had a short count game going on the barrel top behind him, and most of his attention was in his fist. "Call or pass, I haven't got all night." Somebody called. The boy was short, took the pot, crowed. A tray came through the gap shoulder-high, and the whole counter leaned out of its way and back again like one animal breathing. The crane hand's round reached Den. He drank some of it and listened to the counter go over the day. The tanker at 9 down the inner run again by month's end. The tallow turned round in half a day, which got a respectful word even now from men who'd never sailed in her. A pair off one of the chalk gangs stood down since the noon bell. Got first called off the noon hull, one of them said, and shrugged and held his cup out to the crane hand's bottle. And the talk went by it the way the counter had leaned past the tray. "You worked," Sahi said to Den under the noise. "Drink like it." "I'm drinking." "You're standing there doing sums." Den put his cup down. "Why'd you come out?" he said, past Sahi, to the Earth Hand, too loud, the way it came out when a thing had been sitting in him all day. "Out from Earth, I mean. You've seen the board. What, 6 mornings, same as me? You came all that way to stand a wall with the rest of—" "4 stand-downs this 10-day, the Earth Hand agreed, and there was nothing in his face but arithmetic. "And a half-shift here squares a full week at the yards at home. I sent money back off a 4-day 10-day, and my mother wrote asking what I'd stolen." He raised the cup, comfortable. "I came out on purpose. I'd come out again tomorrow." "To this." "To this," the earth hand said, and drank, and that was the sum of his position, and he was the happiest man at the counter. Behind them the barrow boy hooped over another pot, high and cracked, and Den turned and told him to keep it down, with a heat that had nothing to do with the noise, and that everyone at the counter could price to the half-scrip. The boy blinked at him. The game went quiet a beat, and picked itself back up. Sahi looked at Den sideways and said nothing, and put the next cup in front of him when it came, and Den drank it, and was ashamed. And a while later, on his way back from the food counter, he set a full cup down at the barrow boy's elbow and kept walking, and neither of them said a word about either thing. The room ran on. Somebody's cousin had come out on the transports with an instrument and played it better than the room deserved. The counterman chalked the crane hand's rounds on a slate he kept for men in that exact condition. 2 Veckhole off the south apron stood at the warm end with cups the counterman had drawn at blood heat for them, unasked, which 4 years ago he would not have known to do, and 3 years ago would have charged extra for. Den was at the taps waiting on the last round he could justify, when the woman came to stand beside him. Off one of the stood-down gangs, he knew her face from the wall, the hair pressed flat at the temples out of habit, from a dust hood she hadn't had a reason to wear today. "You're the one the chief named," she said, just establishing it. "This morning. It was a seal thing. There was a dispute on the manifest. He needed a second count that could—" "If another Czech wants naming," she said, "say my name at him. Tea's gang, the wall end. He'd hear it from you." "I'll ask him," Den said. The yes was out of him before he had gone anywhere near deciding it. The woman nodded once, as if a docket had been stamped, and took her cup back to her people at the wall. Den stood at the taps and finished nothing. Down the counter the crane hand was telling the earth hand, at length, what the inner run did to a boat's fenders. The barrow boy was short again and lying about it. Sahi tipped his cup up, said something about a kettle he'd left threatening to boil, gripped Den's shoulder once in passing, and was gone into the press. Den went not long after, up the ramp stairs, out of the heat, into the dock's long night lamps and the winch wine off the aprons where the 14 were still working. At the head of the aprons, the board had tomorrow on it already. Printed slips, pinned flat, complete to the relief names. The chalk side was clean, and the stubs hung on their string, and the foot of the board was washed blank, waiting for the morning's figure. Den read it anyway, 1 to 22, and went home carrying 2 names that were not his own. Chapter 3. What the Steel Cost. The letting office on the Ring 8 frame kept its founding paper under glass, flat on the counter where the tenants queued. Rings 7 and 8 to be built, held and provisioned on the terms of the instrument of 2320, the term 40 years, first call on berth priority and environmental allocation to run with the term. The 9 houses of the concession went down the left margin in 9 seals and 9 inks. The right-hand signature was Kade's. The glass above the schedule of fees had clouded from being pointed at. The glass above her signature was clear as the day it was cut. A concession clerk had brought tea she had not asked for and gone away again. Beyond the partition, the frame was at work. Hoist chain running somewhere overhead, a fitter's hammer, the flat slam of deck plate going down in pairs. At intervals, the glass buzzed on the counter and went still. Morrow came in from the scaffold side, not the corridor. Sight boots worn gray at the toe, a work coat gone through at one elbow, her own slate under her arm. She had the crane schedule on the slate and a pencil behind her ear, and she looked like what she was, which was the owner, on her own deck on a working day. Administrator, you're early. Your tea's slow. It's building tea. It stews or it isn't anything. Morrow set the slate on the counter without a glance at the glass. She would know the wording the way Kade knew it, from the inside. Walk first, argue after. The argument's better up top. The stairs were scaffold stairs, rough-sawn treads on welded stringers, and Morrow took them at a builder's pace, unhurried and continuous, greeting the rigging chief at the second stage by a name Kade didn't catch. The air moving down the stairwell carried cut sealant and hot metal and, threaded through both, frying oil. At the third stage, a woman had a counter bolted to the scaffold itself, tea, fried dough, skewers off a coil grill, and a queue of riggers who had not gone far to join it. She wrote to me for that pitch before the stage was rigged, Morrow said. I'd have let her have it for the nerve. She offered dock rates, so I took them. 2 stages up, a frontage already wore its sign, an eating house, the lettering laid in gold leaf, the corridor behind it bare to the stringers. Morrow slowed to look at it. He signed his fit-out schedule before I'd priced it, she said. You can't print that. From the top stage, the ring fell away in both directions, a curve of scaffold and work lights. The finished sections showed below, laundry strung across a service gap, a corridor of doors with names already beside them, a child's chalk line down a stretch of decking that had been raw plate in the spring. The unfinished sections stood open to the frame, plate stacked in bundles under lashings, and a hoist crawled up the outboard face with a printed wall section swung dead center on the hook. The noise came up through the boot soles more than the ears. It was loud, it was scaffold from here to the fall of the curve, and it was, though Kade had no intention of saying so on this deck, the best thing built in this arm of the sky since the relay itself. Half the frame is let, Morrow said. The deck isn't plated and it's half let. 13,000 people slept in the new rings last night. She gave the number without consulting the slate. Ring 6, Kade said. I know why you've come. Then you've had time to price it. Your tenant plants draw through the residential window across the evening. The posted reserve runs under the plate rating, and the whole corridor can read. Resequence the industrial draw. Let the reserve rebuild between shifts, and the posted figure come back toward the plate. Which plants? Morrow said. Name them and I'll tell you which can move. The renderers can move. Their process banks heat and doesn't mind when. The glassworks can't. A cold restart costs them the run and costs me a tenant. She turned from the rail. I'll instruct the movable draws off the residential peak. A scheduling instruction, revocable, and I will revoke it the day it costs a tenant their run rate. Post it as a courtesy, because that is what it is. And the allocation schedule reviewed against the rings as built. The population's moved. The schedule hasn't. No, Morrow said, with no more weight than she had put on the T. The schedule is the term, administrator, and the term is why there's a deck under you. 4 years ago, you were short of plate, and Geneva wouldn't lend you a pallet of it. You had a door you'd ruled couldn't close, hulls arriving on the strength of the ruling, and no yard, no capital, no credit a directorate auditor would initial. 9 houses put steel onto the longest supply line ever priced. First call for 40 years is what that risk priced at. The rings carry their own fees now, and the fees float on frontage I built. You're arguing my side. Morrow put one hand flat on the scaffold rail, and the rail carried the hoist's vibration up into it, and she left it there. Every tenant in my rings queued to sign. There's a queue at my counter this morning. You walked past it. I house what your door admits. You had nothing. I built you 4 rings." The wall section reached the top of the outboard face and swung in, and a rigger walked it home with one hand, casual as a man shutting a gate, and the frame rang like a struck tank when it seated. Kade watched it down. "Post the instruction before the morning shift," she said, and started for the stairs. Morrow's voice followed her, one stage, unhurried to the last. "When your residents get round to wanting things as a body, send my office somebody who can sign." At the bottom, the letting queue had lengthened past the door. The building tea stood on the counter where Kade had left it, stewed black, and she left it there too. The directorate's query ran 14 pages and was 4 years old. Kade had answered it a page at a time, a season at a time, each answer true, none volunteered, every one slower than the last. The early pages had asked after facts that were merely expensive. Tonnages, arrivals, the garrison's returns, the leases Geneva had once made provisional and never quite made anything else, and she had given them plain, on the theory that a slow, truthful correspondence was the one thing no committee could build a session on. Page 9 had stopped her in the spring, and it was still on the desk when she got back from Ring 8, in the same tray with the same pencil across it. Item 9. State the instruments by which the expanded residential sectors were financed and are provisioned. Annex the parties, terms, and durations thereto. The outer office clerk put her head around the door at mid-afternoon. The concession had posted a scheduling notice for the Ring 6 draws, flagged courtesy, and should the office acknowledge it? No. The head withdrew. The notice was quick work, quicker than her own office would have managed the same instruction, and the clerk had done nothing except be the person who said so, and Kade did not call her back. Halden came at the change of the day watch with the quarter's closure schedule under one arm, written out in her own square hand because the warden's office did not delegate the things it signed. Route closures, survey windows, the wound board's postings, all of it for the civil records countersignature. She set the folder on the desk and stood while Kade read. "Quiet quarter," Kade said. "One appeal. A master came through the throat gone long and wants the difference entered in his favor. I've asked him in writing. Entered against whom?" Kade signed the closures where the tab sat and then turned her annex around on the desk to face the warden. "Since you're standing there, capacity tables for the rings, draw, reserve, allocation against build. They go to Geneva under Item 9. Halden read them. She read every line of them, standing, pencil out, down each column without hurry, and at the third column the pencil stopped. "This doesn't foot. Carry it again. Then it'll foot. Put your seal beside it." "No." Halden set the pencil down on the desk, square to the table's edge. "The seal reads wound and route. A ring allocation table is neither one." "A letter then. No seal. Warden to Directorate, your professional reading of the arithmetic, signed as a private officer." "There is no version of my name without the office in it." She squared the closure folder against the desk edge. "It's a civil table, Administrator. It carries the civil signature. Mine. Yours." Halden gathered her slate and the countersigned closures. At the door she paused long enough to be exact. "The corrected column is worse for you than the one you had." "I know." "I thought you did." The door shut on the outer office, and she went back toward the throat. Kade carried the third column again. Halden was right. It footed worse. She wrote the answer to Item 9 in 4 sentences without an adjective in them. The expanded sectors financed by build lease to 9 private houses. The terms 40 years, with first call on berth priority and environmental allocation. Instruments and schedules annexed, both signatures her own. For the annex, she marked the instruments entire, schedules, seals, fee tables, all of it, because an extract would read like an apology for whatever had been left out. The pages after 9 were children of 9 and went quicker. By 8th bell, 1 page remained, and it would keep until the game was done. Kade took the flask from the drawer and the good tin down off the high shelf and went to the trade side. The back room behind the dry stores counter kept no posted hours and had not changed its lamp. The pencil columns on the doorframe had climbed past the hinge line. A third chair had turned up at some point in the last 4 years. It matched nothing, and nobody had ever been in it. Rel had the pan on the coil ring before the door finished shutting. "You brought the good tin. Either I'm being thanked or I'm being softened." "You're being softened." "Thought so. It's been a flattering week." He dealt while the coffee made, grounds measured level out of the screw cup, water off just before the boil, 4 minutes, none of it needing to be said any more. Rel talked while he played, as he always had, the station's small weather crossing the table with the cards. The exchange had made the blushing assayer chief assayer, and she had stopped blushing the same week, and the trade side was in mourning. The bar under the core had a doorman now, the man they'd barred for singing, and he turned away anyone who requested a song, and the guild had upheld him on appeal. A landlady on Ring 7 was letting one room to 3 shift workers in rotation and calling it continuous occupancy. The tenants had pooled for her name day gift without any 2 of them ever standing in the room at the same time. "That last one isn't weather," Kade said. "That's a filing. It's a gift, is what it is. She should teach." Rel put down a card and took the trick with it. On the shelf behind his shoulder sat a new thing, a brass diving helmet, earth-made, the glass fogged from the inside, planted between the ledger boxes. "Somebody paid freight on that from Earth," Kade said. "Somebody paid freight on it twice, once honestly. There's a man on Ring 5 who collects the sea. Never seen one. It'll sell inside the 10-day, and the sea will be no wiser." He gathered a second trick she should not have let him have. "The trade side says you were up the 8 frame this morning with the chair of everything." "The trade side says." "Tell me it's terrible up there. Half my stock is priced on terrible." Kade played low and took her time about it. "It's good, Rel. It's the best thing standing in this arm of the sky." "Well?" He looked at his hand and resorted what did not need sorting. The coffee came off the ring and got poured, his cup, her cup, the pan set on a burn mark the shape of the pan. Kade won the third hand on his own lead returned to him, and his mood improved as it always did once the game stopped being safe. Somewhere past the counter, the trade side was shutting its grills by installments. The brass washer went across the backs of his knuckles and back while he considered a discard that did not need considering. "Suppose a master," Rel said, "mixed load, good paper, no house behind her. Suppose she's in the queue. She's been first called past so often the queue's adopted her. They water her at the change of watch. It's touching." "No berth." "I haven't asked for one." "You've been asking since you shuffled." Rel laid the discard with ceremony. "Half a berth, then." "The tender apron," Kade said. "The dead watch, cargo over the rail, clear before the morning shift. Full fees, my signature, logged." "Logged?" "Logged is the price." "She'll hate that." He swept the cards up to deal. "She'll take it. You'll have her name by the morning, and you'll wish you didn't. She argues freight class with the meter. Then she'll fit right in at the apron." They played to the bottom of the pot, the good grounds, the coil ring ticking as it cooled, the lamp doing what it had done for 4 rooms' worth of the game. The last hand went to him on a finesse he'd been building since the deal, and he put the stroke on the doorframe with the pencil he kept for it, and neither of them said the running number aloud. Kade screwed the flask shut and stood. "Same hour next week," Rel said. "Leave the tin." "Buy a grinder." "I've a man looking for one. It's a long look." He was shuffling again before she reached the counter, for nobody, out of habit, the way other men whistled. The climb back to the office level ran her past the market going down to its night counters. Grill chains, a last queue at the noodle stall, somebody's music slowed to closing time. The lamp in the office sat where she had left it, and so did the page. Item 14. State the criteria by which the administration would refuse admission to an arriving hull and the authority under which such refusal would issue. Kade read it twice, and the second reading changed nothing about it. The answer took 4 sentences, like the others, and the fourth was the shortest. There are no criteria. There has been no refusal. The grounds recorded at the first admission stand unamended. While they stand, the door is open. Kade read the whole 14 pages once through, in order, as a committee clerk would read them onto a session record. Then she signed under the last line, marked the annexes, and put it to the queue. The send light went amber while the relay took the load, and cleared. Geneva had it. Kade rinsed the cup, set it mouth down on the rack, put the tin back on the high shelf with the stamp outward, and keyed the lamp off. Below the window, the night counters were still lit. Chapter 4. The Tap. The left shoe was under the bunk, where it went every night, and Cray was under the table, where she went every morning the shoe came up. "1 foot," Lota said. "Your choice which?" "I don't need shoes for the corridor." "You need shoes for the tap. The grating's cold, and the spill sits on it." "I'll stand on the cans." "You'll be carrying one of the cans." A bare foot came out from under the table and pointed at the ceiling, and stayed pointed. The negotiation rested there for now. Lota took the kettle off at the first knock of the boil, filled the flask for later, and set the shoe on the deck where the foot could find its own way into it or not. The heater had done the child's wash and half of hers, in that order, which was the order the tank allowed. Whatever wanted washing after that could wait for the kettle. Through the wall, the welder's music started up. The same songs, the same order, a woman singing in a language nobody on the corridor spoke, and by now half the corridor could sing it anyway. Under the music, from up the corridor, the ovens. The baker fired hers before anything else on Ring 6 was awake, and the vents carried the first of the bread to every door for nothing. Cray came out from under the table on the strength of the bread, put both shoes on herself, wrong feet, and would not have them corrected. "Cans," Lota said, and handed her the small one. The door dragged in the bottom quarter of its run it had done since the cold spell, and gave to the shoulder at the same place it always gave. The seal along the striking edge had gone to crumb. At night, the corridor's noise came in over the gap, and the corridor's air with it. And by the pitch of the draft, Lota could tell when the ring's ventilation changed over. 11 weeks ago, she had logged the seal with the concessions fit-out office and been given a ticket number. The ticket was still open. The door still took the shoulder. Outside, the corridor was already about its morning. The twins from the far end went by at a run, the front one wearing a cook-pot for a helmet, their mother's voice following without any hope in it. The baker's boy sat out in the walkway, sorting bolts from a tin into rows of his own devising, in everyone's path, stepped over by everyone. Somebody's washing hung across the ring passage on a line rigged from the light brackets, against the fit-out rules, and up long enough to smell of bread itself. 3,600 people lived on Ring 6, and at this hour, the corridor sounded like most of them. The Ring 3 block had been quieter. Lote had held lease 41 there, her first paper on the station, a good door on a dry row, and the block had been bought the year before, the whole row repapered inside a season, and ring 6 was what her pay reached. 41 had been a good number to her once. She had not thought about it in a year. People from ring 3 still said the name of it to her like condolence. The condolence was wasted. Ring 3 at this hour had sounded of its own ventilation and nothing else. The tap stood at the ring junction, and the queue at it was already long and already talking. The wedding down the ring had run to an extra sitting and borrowed chairs half the length of 6. The chairs were going home this morning, one under the arm of anyone walking that way. The baker had more trade-side orders than oven. The queue ruled, and was looking at real frontage, and the queue approved of her luck the way it approved of any luck it could stand close to. A woman with a draw chit for 2 households swapped one of them against a shift and settled the terms in the time it took her cans to fill. Cairn was near the head of the line, 3 doors down from hers, and first out of most doors most mornings, teaching one of the twins a knot in a length of waistline while his cans ran. Under, then back through its own loop. What you've got unties when you pull it. It's a trick knot, the twin said. It's a bad knot. A trick only works the once. The boy pulled, the knot ran out flat. Cairn retied it slow, big-fingered, letting the boy's hands ride his own through the turns, and his cans ran over while he did it, and he blamed the boy for the spill without heat, and charged him nothing else. Lot set her cans down at the back. Cray stood the small one beside them with ceremony. The baker's boy abandoned his bolts for the company, and stood himself next to Cray. "I was born on the old side," he said, opening the negotiations. "I was born on a working ship," Cray said. "Which one?" Cray turned round and found Lot. "Queue's moving," Lot said. "Small can first." The boy had already gone back for his tin. Yesterday it had been, "Where? Where was I born?" asked in the wash queue, between one thing and another, in the same voice the child used for the names of tools. "On a ship," Lot had said. "Which ship?" "A working ship." Yesterday that had done. This morning it had gone into the queue in the child's own voice and done again. There would be a morning it did not do. The reserve plate was bolted to the bulkhead over the tap, at eye height, where the corridor met the junction. Ring reserve, stamped into the metal at the build, and the build's figure stamped with it. 9 hours. Below the stamp, in the working slot, a printed slip. 4. The queue stood under it the way it stood under the light brackets. Lot read it while the small can filled, as she read the meter's gray figures when the key went in. The metering clerk was working the junction that morning, hand reader on a strap, keying each household's draw as the key brought its keys past. Under the plate, he logged the tap's own meter without his eyes going higher than the counterfeiting. "Is the renewal figure posted for this corridor?" Lot asked, when her key was in his reader. "Posts when the quarter closes." "At the old rate?" "They're all coming in higher," the reader chirped, and he moved along to the next key. On the walk down she had done the sum, the put-by, plus the pay between now and posting, against the renewal at anything near what leases let for on 6 now, and it had come up short, and she had carried the cans the last stretch and left it there. Under the plate, with higher in it, the sum got done again while the big can ran. It came up short in the same place. Lot keyed the tap off and did not do it a third time. Cairn came back along the queue with his cans full, stooped, and slid the baker's boy's tin out of the walkway with the side of his boot. "Thursday," he said to Lot. "Cards. The welder's in. He owes the table from last time, and he's been paid since. So. If Cray sleeps, bring her. She sleeps through cards better than the welder plays them." Going back, the cans were full and the corridor fuller. Cray carried the small one two-handed, changed her grip at every door, and refused relief past every one of them. At their own door, the drag was where it had been going out, and took the shoulder, and Cray set her shoulder under Lot's, and they shut it together. The knock came after supper, in the hour the corridor turned over from children to cards. Vasari stood in it, the plant hand from up the corridor, with a canvas kit roll under one arm and a compound tube held up in the other hand like something he'd caught. 11 weeks, you said. The ticket's not coming, and the tube won't keep. Cray came off her stool as if the knock had been for her. Andre. Evening, Cray. I'll owe you, Lotte said. You'll hold the light. That's the rate. Vasari worked kneeling, unhurried, the roll open on the deck beside him, everything in it worn to the shape of long use. The old seal came away under the hook of his knife in one gray, crumbling length, and he ran the channel back to bright metal with a scraper, and wiped it with spirit off a rag Cray was given to hold and forbidden to smell. The backing cord he cut against his thumb. Cord, he said, and Cray paid it out from the roll two-handed, too slowly, and he took it at exactly the speed she paid it and never once pulled. What's the smell? Cray asked. Compound. Worse before it's better. It's horrible. It is. Voscray smelled of it every cold season. The whole line did, every corridor. You patched in autumn or you kept the draft till spring. He thumbed a low place flat and sighted along the channel. Now the bead. Corners first. Corners are where seals fail. The bead went down in one pass, his wrist steady the whole run of the frame, and he struck it off clean with a shaped stick from the roll. At the tail of it, low on the hinge side where it would show only with the door standing open, he held the frame steady and let Cray press her thumb into the soft compound. There, inspection mark. Cray considered her thumb, then the print. It's small. Inspectors are small. It's why nothing gets past them. Lotte made the tea while he dressed the wiper edge with the flat of the stick, and the child was sent twice to wash the spirit smell off her hands and went the second time. The tea he drank in the open doorway, elbow on the jamb, and he asked how the wedding had gone off, and got all of it, the chairs, the extra sitting, the twins asleep under the head table by the second, and took it all without once helping the story along. Lotte sat, for the first time since the queue, with her own cup. Down the corridor a door went, and Corin came past with a stool under one arm, headed the other way for somebody's game, and looked the new bead over from the doorway without stopping. He does mine next. Log a ticket, Vasari said. I'm 11 weeks behind. Corin's laugh went down the corridor with him. Vasari packed a roll the same way it had come apart, in order, and stood the compound tube on her shelf by the door. There's a hand's width left in it, for the next edge that goes. At the door he stopped. It cures overnight. Keep it shut till the ovens, or it sets crooked and you'll curse me by winter. Thank you, Andre. Thank the tube. And he went. Cray was taken to bed under protest, got up once for water, detoured to look at the thumbprint coming back, and was returned. The wall on the bunk side carried the twins being put down at the far end, a retreat fought room by room, and then the far doors going, one after another, to the game. With the gap shut, the corridor arrived only through the wall. The game 3 doors down, breaking up late, the chairs, the welder's last song. The ring's ventilation changed over at its usual hour, and for the first time since the cold spell, there was no draft under the door to mark it. Lotte slept to that. The ovens fired up the corridor, and the bread came through the vents on schedule. The door ran its whole track on the first pull, no drag, no shoulder, quiet the length of its run, and Lotte pulled it to and opened it once more just to have it again. The junction was empty at that hour, the queue not yet formed, the welder's music not yet on. Both cans, the meter, her key. The morning's first draw counted off against her name in gray figures. Over the tap, the working slot had been changed in the night, 3. The stamp above it still read 9 hours, as it had since the build. The slip below was the same print, the same paper, one figure different, and there was no notice beside it on the junction board. The board carried the wedding thanks, a shift exchange, the welder's pot debts, the same as yesterday. Lote filled both cans and read it again while the big one ran, and once more going past with the full weight in both hands in case the first 2 readings had been the light. 3. Behind her, the corridor was starting, the twins, somebody's kettle, a first door. The cans went in and down beside the heater. The kettle got the first of the big one, and Lote went to wake the child for shoes. Chapter 5. A Schedule That Holds. I will not sign an allocation the schedule does not carry. Cesc squared the instrument against the counter's edge and set it back on the public side. Den had drawn it up fair, M.V. Tallow, berth 10, effective on signature, and had it waiting under the cue slips before the morning bell rang. Effie stood at the counter with her run folder under one arm. 4 years of short haul had put gray above her ears and had not moved her off the tallow, and she had come up the stair in the manner of a master collecting a berth already hers. The hall for 10 missed her window yesterday morning, Effie said. Her agent can't raise her. Her house can't raise her agent. I have fittings for the yards aboard, and the yard's crane gang stands down at watch turn. The hold on 10 runs to watch turn, and past watch turn my return leg runs light, and the run is worth half its paper. She laid one hand flat on the folder. 8 berths this side are open to anybody, and there's iron on all 8. 10 is empty. I'm alongside nothing, burning crew time on nothing. Give me the empty berth, Cesc. 10 is called. For a hull nobody can raise. At watch turn that goes on the board. It is not on the board now. Her own house's feed has her no report since yesterday, Den said from the queue window, quicker than anybody had asked him to be. It's on the general band. Anyone can read it. The feed is not the schedule, Cesc said. It's a crooked schedule, Effie said. It is. Cesc drew the morning ledger toward him. It is also posted. Hulls fit out against it weeks deep, yours among them. Effie read the instrument through once more, as though the fault might stand somewhere in Den's drafting, and then pushed it back to his edge herself. Cue head at watch turn then. Post me. You are posted. At the head of the stair she stopped. Any of yours ever going to make the crossing out here? 4 years. You'd think one of them would want to see what it is you do all day. The instrument lay square on the counter. Cesc squared it again. The passage is long. That it is, Effie said, and went down. The post ran to twice the floor it had held when the concessions rings were new. A second window, a second counter, a clerk for the cue slips, and the stair still backed up to the concourse by mid-morning. Below the window, the trade side was loud with money. 22 berths and iron on 21 of them. Tugs working the roads in pairs. Ollery's chandlery, one counter when the plating went in, running 4 now with a hired hand on each. The printed noodle stall grown into a cookshop with a hiring notice taped to the till. Berth 10 stood empty under its working lamps, the hold posted on the board beside it. The morning ran its usual through the 2 windows. A Vere mate wanted the open order queue read out to him twice, once to hear it and once to argue with it. A lighterman renewed a bond. The cook shop's monthly mass allowance went through on the nod it always got. At the queue window, Den worked the slips, greeting people by name before their business, which nobody had taught him and nobody had untaught him either. The concessions berth agent came up behind two lightermen and waited his turn, folder carried flat across both forearms. "The house on 10 asks that the hold run its term," the agent said. "Holds run their terms here." "So I tell them." The agent made a note against the folder's margin without unstacking it from his arms. "A good season below. The house calls it the best since the fit-out." Neshk countersigned the continuation of the hold and dated it. The agent looked at the signature the way other men looked at weather. "I'll tell them it was never in question." "Tell them the term ends at watch turn." "That, too." The agent stood on at the counter half a beat past his business, then took the stair. Of the morning's callers, he was the only one who went down it satisfied. The hull for 10 never came. No hail, no house instruction, no agent raised. At watch turn, the board struck the hold on its own clock, and Den had the release drawn and signed for, and was down the stair with it before the strike had finished posting. The tallow came across the roads under a single tug, and took her lines on 10 in the early evening. The yard's crane gang had stood down at the turn. Her fittings went ashore into a lighter to wait out the night, and her return leg would run light. Den posted the next day's sheet at the queue window, 22 berths, 14 carried under the concessions call as the term ran, 8 in open order. Then went through the queue slips twice and said nothing to anybody. Neshk initialed the sheet entire an hour before the bell asked for it. It would hold. That was the property it had. The civil pile came up after the evening queue, and Neshk took it on the tall stool with the flask out from under the counter. Attestations of engine room time, a bond renewal for the fuel lighters, 2 lease packets wanting landing dates confirmed against the registers, a transfer of sealed stock between 2 growers, countersigned on both sides, closing clean, paper that shut when you pressed on it. A growth house on the Rin 5 frontage, vat greens and brew cultures for the cook shops, a trade that had not existed when the rings were bare steel, renewed its bonded store schedule once a year, and its holding house wanted the high-value lines countersigned for provenance. Neshk worked down the schedule. Vats, presses, sealed stock, instruments. Acquisition, transfer, landing line, each entry closing on the one before it. One line near the foot of the schedule did not close. 1 culture vessel, sealed, livestock. Acquired in the Ring 7 fit-out year by transfer from a ship's agency whose counter had since shut. The agency's transfer docket cited an inbound consignment by number. Neshk pulled the inbound register for the cited birthday, pulled it, although he carried those birthdays in his head, and read it line by line. The consignment was real, dry stores and filter stock off a freighter since broken up, landed, cleared, closed. No culture vessel on the manifest, none on the overflow sheet, no amendment in any margin. A culture vessel on the Cairn had crossed a tradeside berth, or it had never come aboard at all, and every crossing since the plating went in stood in the landing registers under his initials or Den's or the night clerk's. The emergency had left 3 culture vessels unaccounted, 3 lines carried forward audit to audit for 4 years, never closing, never moving. Whether the growth house's vessel was one of the 3, this docket could not say, and Neshk did not write it. He wrote what the docket supported. Custody chain open at second transfer. No landing line found. Holding house to supply the missing instrument or amend the entry. Neshk initialed the flag, routed the query through the civil registry to the tenant's holding house, and countersigned the rest of the schedule. It was in order. The packet went back into the pile between the bond renewal and the lease work, and by full dark the pile was down to nothing. Below, the concourse changed over from selling to eating. The cook shop's queue doubled its length, and the chandlery counters went to shutters one at a time, all but one. Neshk took his own slate from the counter drawer. The passage confirmation stood at the head of his private queue, where it had stood since it came in. Neshk's berth booked through, the last leg named, arrival a fortnight out. He had read it times enough that the reading was no longer for information. Under the confirmation sat her freight list, sent ahead because she had married a loadmaster and knew what he would want. And he had read that as a manifest before he had read it as a life packed into crates, and had been ashamed of the order of that, and had read it again the second way. Under both sat the housing office's transfer form, drafted twice and sent neither time. The form wanted a reason in the reason line, and a reason written there would be read by the housing clerk, mentioned to the claims clerk, and asked about at his own counter inside the week by people holding queue numbers. The reason line stood empty. A fortnight was time enough. His quarters ran to one room, a bunk cut long by a fitter he had paid himself, a single chair, a locker half of which had nothing in it. Nothing in the room would trouble her except the size of it. The slate went back under the spare seals, and the lamp went down to the night mark. The consortium session stood first on the next morning's sheet, in the dock office's back room, a table cut for humans and a window on the berths. Vresh came up at the bell with a hired hand behind him carrying the stool. The consortium had sat at human tables since the founding conference and had long since solved the furniture. The stool went down at the table's end at the proper height, and its bearer went out. The concession's berth agent sat in on any session that touched a window, and this one touched 8. 2 Vekol at one table, and both wore sets. The record wanted the working tongue, the agent had ears for nothing else, and the room's node took the minute. Under the renderings, each could hear the other plain, speech pitched low against the collar of the throat, and over it a machine voice saying the same thing later and flatter. Named windows, Vresh said, when the forward period's draft lay between them. Named to the house, posted a period ahead. My master's contract cruise against a window. When available is weather. I cannot hold a house to weather. Nothing posted on the 8 outranks a call on the 14, the agent said. The houses will want that minuted. It is minuted every session, Sesk said. The 14 run under the call as the term runs. The 8 I can post, named to the house, a period deep with a displacement order beneath them. Vresh answered with the term a Veko schedule keeps for the thing he wanted. A window bound at both ends. The arrival owed to the berth, and the berth owed to the arrival. One obligation carried by 2 parties. He put it low in the throat, and the set hesitated over it. Concept words dropped. They had dropped from the first set Sesk ever wore, and the polite custom on either side of any table was to wait out the machine. What came back came a beat late and half a tone off the sense of it. Guarantee. The agent's folder came down flat on the table. The houses guarantee nothing against their own instrument. If the consortium is asking the concession to underwrite windows, it does not hold. The consortium asks the concession for nothing, Vresh said it again in small words, the way a man restates himself for a machine that has shown him its ceiling. A window that binds my hull to arrive and this office to berth her. Both ends of the same line. No third party stands in it. The agent read the draft annex through twice, the second reading slower than the first, and at the end of it he had no objection to enter, because nothing in the annex touched the 14. The minute went down. Sesk marked the set's asset tag for service on his slate, in the same stroke of business he used for a sticking fairlead, and the session moved on to demurrage. The consortium wanted the clock running from the posted window rather than the tugs line, and got the window, and gave back 2 exceptions Vresh plainly considered cheap at the price. Near the end, Vresh tried the throat side. 6 berths across the throat and empty as often as worked. My houses would pay tradeside rates. Route berths, Cesc said. Route operations hold all 6. They are not commercial and they are not mine. There is no schedule there to sell you. One asks. One did. At the door, Vresh unhooked his set and put a courtesy in the tongue no machine had a claim on. The Cairn's board ran cleaner than boards 4 times its age. Cesc answered in kind. The board was young, and the 2 sentences passed between them without a rendering. The agent stacked his folder while the node stood off the minute, and Cesc put the Growth House's line to him. A tenant of the Ring 5 frontage, a bonded item whose custody chain stood open at the second transfer, a query gone to the holding house. Is the tenant in arrears? No. Is the bond short? The bond is warranted. Then the house has 4 rings of tenancies to keep upright, Loadmaster. The agent got the folder flat across his forearms. The registry's return was in the tray when Cesc came back up to the post. The holding house warranted the tenant's title, recorded no discrepancy on its own side, and considered the matter closed. The query had asked for a missing instrument. The reply answered a different question, at greater length, over a better seal. The pending tray ran to 2 headings and had run to 2 since the post was built. Disputed, for 2 parties wanting one answer out of the same paper. Pending, for 1 party waiting on paper that was on its way. The Growth House docket had no second party. Nobody was waiting, and no paper was coming. Cesc cut a fresh divider from the stock of blanks, ruled it, and printed a heading the tray had never needed. Unclosed, no party asking. The docket went in under it, 1 item beneath a new head, and the tray went back on the shelf between its neighbors. The stylus went back into its clip. Under the lamp, the joints of both hands stood ash with 3 hours of a single watch still to run, in a week when the 2 calendars sat close and the body should have kept its color to the bell. Below the window, the counterbell went. Cesc came down off the stool and answered it. Chapter 6, Ref 14/9. And the tag rides with the unit, the storesman said. That's how the system's set up. Unit goes to reclamation, the tag goes with it. So there's no tag in my store because there's no pump in my store. You see the difficulty? I see it. The mount, the pump had come off, sat at knee height in the 3rd plant bay of the maintenance voids. Galvanized angle, 4 bolt holes, a clean outline in the overspray where a casing had kept the dust off since the ring was fitted out. The bolts lay on the cable tray beside it, in a row, threads up. Whoever had lifted the unit had left the bolts where the next fitter would want them. Tools, time, and a shift with nobody about. The rest of the bay ran on around the gap. Circulation units on their skids, condensate lines sweating, exchange fans overhead. The watch officer stood at the end of the row taking the statement down on a slate, and the storesman had put his back to the empty mount, which had taken some arranging in a bay that narrow. Condemned when? Yas said. The watch officer gave her the date, the same date he had given the duty desk, a shade firmer for having been written down once already. On the slate against Yas's thigh, screen inward, the bay's draw log had the run pulling full current through that date and for a good while past it, right up to the night the bolts came out. And collected when? Whenever the reclamation crew came through. You don't book them, they book you. He had added fittings since the first telling. There'd have been a docket. The links pour down here. Link drops, you write paper, paper goes up in the next pouch, and between here and the registry, he opened his hands to show her where paper goes. Say the date once more for the statement. The storesman said it once more, helpful right up to the seal, and thumbed the entry with both reeds. Yas kept her slate where it was. As thefts went, a pump was good business. Environmental grade circulation, serial etched on the casing and nowhere else, reconditionable by anyone with a bench, with the fit-out crews on the new rings quoting wait lists to their wait lists, a used unit was worth more this year than the day it was made. Nobody had been hurt and nobody had been clever. A store key, a quiet shift, a hand truck. In the access way, the watch officer caught her up. You had the draw log open the whole time. I did. He'd have folded. He'd have amended, Yoss said. Signed is better. You think it turns up? It's a working pump on a station short of working pumps. It's running somewhere. Run the serial, Chandler's returns, doc manifests, the certification registry. Pumps don't emigrate. The straight way up to the trade side was short. Yoss took the ring walk instead. 4 years ago, the full circuit had fit between end of shift and the evening meal, with change. It didn't fit anywhere now. The new rings had put a spur on it that was a walk in its own right, and the old concourses had thickened, stall frontage where there used to be wall, queues with their own etiquette about who stood where, noise from businesses that had no name the last time she'd had a reason to write one down. The circuit took longer every season, and she had never once grudged the extra. At the junction where the old ring met the new spur, the shrine niche had acquired a second niche, cut into the panel beside the first. Edges still unpainted, because the first had filled. Dock chits, a knot of ribbon, a thumbnail pressure gauge, a child's hair tie. The new one was already half full. Somebody had wiped the dust from both sills. Past the junction, a man had set up a folding counter and was selling cut flowers out of a transit cooler. Actual stems, wet paper, a dosing jug for the water. He wasn't posting prices, and the queue was the kind of queue people hold places in. Yoss checked his pitch license in passing, out of habit. It was in order, which was almost a shame. Rel's chandlery had knocked through into the unit next door since her last visit. The front was shelving and hired help now, with a till queue of its own. The back room was still the back room, behind the strip curtain, smelling of solder and, at present, cedar. Investigator. Rel had a crate open on the counter and a wooden coat hanger in each hand. Come and smell this. Cedar, Yoss said from the curtain. Cedar, genuine, grown, shipped. He said shipped the way a master says a ship's name. A crate of hangers came over the dock this morning, and I'll have sold the last of them by the end of the week. Nobody on this station owns a coat. They'll buy the coat to justify the hanger. That's retail, investigator. You people work backwards from what a man's done. I work forwards from what he'll want by Thursday. Yoss stayed on her feet, which in that room was policy. A circulation pump walked out of the third plant bay in the voids, environmental grade. I could read you the serial. I sell pumps, new, boxed, papered, the paper's real, before you ask, which you were. Rel went on sorting hangers by some grade of cedar known to himself. If somebody's moving used plant, they're doing it without troubling me, which I take personally. The margins on used plant this year are indecent, and indecent margins are supposed to come to me. Who brokers used plant to the new rings? That, Rel said, is a priced question, and you never buy anything. You're in my book, Yoss said. 4 years now. One question, straight answer, whole sentence, no trade. I'm minded to spend it. Rel put the hangers down. On a pump. On my pump. Investigator. When you spend that question, it should hurt me to answer it. A pump wouldn't sting. You'd be redeeming my paper at scrap value, and one of us ought to mind. He picked the hangers back up and resumed grading. I'll pay it when it's worth paying. That's me protecting your investment. My investment. Somebody has to. You were about to spend it on a pump." The laugh got out of her before she'd approved it. "So I get nothing? You get my continued respect, and you get this." On her way through the curtain, he put one of the hangers in her hand. "Cedar. Oil it once a year, and it'll outlast the coat you don't own. Mind how you go." The open file review came round once a year and ran out of the records annex, header by header. 3 dispositions on the form: close, refer, carry. The records clerk, new this year, read. Yoss answered. The seals went on. A manifest fraud, waiting on a witness whose ship was on the far leg of a long run. Carry. A missing person entry that everyone, including the missing man's creditors, understood to describe a man who had shipped out under a quieter name. Carry, against the day somebody wrote from somewhere. Ref 14/9, the clerk read. Administrative omission and non-interdiction, maintenance volume. Opened in the founding year on the signatory's own recital. Officer, Yoss, P. Last action, carried at review. Anticipated disposition, none. The clerk looked up. Refer wants a destination in the routing field. The field won't take none. It takes held, no receiving body constituted. It took it last year. The body of the file Yoss didn't open. She had written most of it. An omission during the founding crisis, set down in the administrator's own signed recital. The instrument named the hour, the knowledge, and the things not done, over the signature of the person it indicted. Under the code, a matter of that class went to an independent civil review body. The code had provided for one for 4 years. Nobody had constituted it. There was nowhere to send the file, no panel, no address, no in-tray. Carry, Yoss said. The clerk keyed the routing, the field took what it had taken last year, and the annotation went in above the annotations already standing, 1 a year, all in Yoss's initials. The seal went on. A pallet theft, which had resolved itself when the pallets turned up behind a bulkhead nobody had a key to. Close. They were through the queue before the end of the watch. Sahi had left the light on over the bench and fallen asleep sitting under it, arms folded, chin down, a covered plate at his elbow. The door woke him. "You're carrying a coat hanger," he said. "Cedar. Apparently that matters." Sahi took it, turned it over, smelled it, and set it on the bench where he could see it. "We don't own a coat." "We could buy one to justify the hanger." "That's a thought somebody sold you." Sahi got up and put the plate in the warmer. The quarters ran to 2 rooms and a galley slot. The wall roster carried their 2 lines, her lates inked over his earlies, crossing at the laundry rota and almost nowhere else. How was the dock? "We landed dirt today." He said it the way a man lays down a winning washer. Soil, sealed trays, invoiced as growing medium, origin earth. Half of it's for the growers. The other half is for people who want a bowl of earth on a shelf. He handed her the plate. "Heaviest thing I've moved all year. Best behaved, too." Yoss was most of the way through the food when Sahi said, mild, with his back to her at the tap, "You went the long way." "Don't start Tuesday again." "I didn't start it on Tuesday either." "You started it the Tuesday before." "All I said," medium pause. Sahi abandoned the sentence and restarted it worse. "The circuit's bolted down, Priya. It'll still be there on your rest day. It doesn't run off if you come home first." "The rest day walk isn't the same walk." "No, you'd have company on it." Sahi shut the tap off harder than the tap needed. Then he dried his hands, took her emptied plate, and said, "There's tea in the second flask if you're stopping up." Boots by the door for the early call. The set buzzed on the bench. "Give it my love," Sahi said, from the sleeping room, and was breathing slow before she'd read the header. The watch officer had flagged it for morning and sent it anyway. The serial had matched in the certification registry, attached to a fit-out completion certificate for a sublet on one of the concession rings. Unit installed, commissioned, running. Behind the certificate sat the fit-out contractor's invoice. Behind the invoice, a chandler's return docket, dated, priced, stamped. Behind the docket, a cash intake from a seller recorded under a name that matched no registry Yas could reach. Paper right down, and all of it good, until the last step. The step out of the third plant bay, which had nothing under it beyond a signed statement about a reclamation crew that had never come and a docket that had never existed. The charge screen took what she gave it and returned one name it could act on, the storesman's. Removal of plant from custody. False record. Yas keyed both, attached the statement he had been so helpful about, and sealed the entry. The pump would go on turning in somebody's sublet, certified twice over. An application to recover installed plant from a leased fit-out would outlive everyone currently interested in it. Yos washed the plate, left it to drain, and put the light out over the bench. Sahi had left her half of the blanket. She took it. Chapter 7. The List. The old woman ran her air off a shoulder-slung rig. The tube looped over one ear like reading glasses she had long since stopped taking off, and she poured tea for 3 without letting either of her guests near the pot. Her quarters sat 2 doors off Ring 4's spine. One room, a curtained bunk, a wall of vacuum-rated tool rolls she had no further use for and no intention of parting with. On the shelf beside the kettle, the compressor ticked over, twice as loud as it needed to be. "Sit," she told Corrigan. "You're a lot of coat to keep standing in a room this size." Corrigan sat and got the good chair. She steered him into it with a look, and the tea was real leaf, which, on a rigger's pension, meant somebody in her family traded well. "You know me, then." "You argued my niece's renewal, trade side, lost it. Won the appeal." She moved anyway. The woman settled onto the edge of the bunk with her own cup, unhooked the tube from her ear to drink, hooked it back after. Practiced as scratching. "So what are you selling tonight, advocate?" "A meeting." The laugh cost her some air. She waved the cost away. Barak had not sat. Barak had gone straight past the tea to the rig, knelt at it the way other men kneel at engines, cracked the filter housing, and lifted the element to the light. His slate leaned against the spare bottle, a column of dates and hours already open in a hand that never varied. "You've been sleeping on the tube again," he said, kinked flat at the collar. "The other side of the bunk's cold." Then swap the bunk round. The compressors run hot all quarter, making up what the kink steals. Barak wrote hours into the column. "Filter's got the month in it. I'll bring the next one up on my rest day." The old woman looked at Corrigan over her cup. "He talks to everyone like this. It's why we love him." "It's why you're breathing," Barak said, without heat, and closed the housing. "How many of us are we now, on the list?" "More than when you went on it." "Getting on for a parish." She drank. "Am I still the first knock?" "It goes by walk, not by favorites. You're near the spine." Barak stood and stowed the slate. "Keep the tube off the collar, and you can stay a boring door." At the hatch, she caught Corrigan's sleeve, light as paper. "Don't keep him late. He does these rounds off the end of his own shifts." Then, pouring the last of the pot for herself, "And whatever you've come up the ring to ask him, he'll have known before you did." The spine took them back towards the hall through the evening trade. Cooking smells out of 6 doorways, a tea stall doing steady business at the ramp end, 3 children running a game whose rules involved every stanchion and most of the adults. Ring 4 went to bed late these days. 4 years ago, the sector had been half this loud and easier to breathe in, and the trade for that was written down in an office somewhere, still moving from tray to tray. 4 years you've kept that list, Corrigan said. 4 years it's been needed. Barack took the downslope ramp at his own pace. Doors you knock first when there's nowhere to walk to. Rigs, bad hips, the hearts the medics will vouch for. First year, I asked for a spare compressor and a crate of filters against it. The answer was that nothing had ever come of the list. Same answer every year since. Perfect record. Barack stopped at the junction where the ramp split for the hall and looked at Corrigan properly for the first time since the tea. You're counting the quarter's losses. Renewals, the metering rounds, the dock board. When you've got the true number, I want it before any meeting does. Why me? Because you're the one counting. The tally lived in Corrigan's coat pocket, in a shorthand only he could read. Lost renewals off 2 claims desks, first called draws, the standing insult of the berth board. Milik's renewal sat in it, 8 days old now, and he had told nobody whose it was. You'll have it, Corrigan said. And the other thing you came up here for, Barack said, stepping on to the ramp. Ask me after the meeting, when you've watched it go the way it's going to go. 4 years ago, the hall had been a cargo void. The tie-down socket still crossed the deck in rows, filled with resin and sanded flat, and the crane rail nobody had paid to remove ran dead straight overhead, strung tonight with a naming day banner left up from the weekend, silver letters, one corner come down. Chairs went back on hire trolleys against the walls. The urn by the door was the size of a torpedo. The argument Corrigan walked into was not about air. The League has the room at the change of watch, the hallkeeper said, and the League gets it as found. A broad woman with a grease pencil on a string, she kept the rota on a laminated grid by the door. 5 nights in 7 marked in, and the 2 empty nights marked too, in case anybody mistook them for free. Your meeting booked late and booked cheap. It's the sector's own hall. The claims desk rep had worn the same heavy coat for 4 years of hearings, and it had gone the color of the corridors. There are 3 sectors worth of grievance coming through that door tonight, and the League pays its slot in filter stock and covers my printer debt, and grievance pays in nothing I can stack. You'll have the room till the bell. She rang it once by way of introduction. A counterbell kept by the urn and went back to her grid. The house came in around them. At the end of the second row, a young man in concession gray opened a folio across his knee before the chairs beside him had bodies in them. A docker jerked a thumb. Who invited the lease office? He hires the room Tuesdays, the keeper said, without turning. He's paid up. Nobody put him out. The dock hands arrived in a body, straight off the evening board, boots loud on the resin, and took the middle of the hall as if berthing there. Ring 4 came early and sat at the front with thermoses. The Vosgrey families came last and stood along the back rail, though there were chairs. They kept their coats on. Near the urn, a dockhand offered his seat to a woman off the metering queue with a flourish that was mostly for her friend, and both women took the chair between them, which had not been the offer. Corrigan worked the door, because the door was where the arithmetic was. A word for the Loom Circle's treasurer, another for the man who ran the ramp end tea stall and had shut it early to be here, and all the while the house adding itself up in his pocket shorthand. Ring 4 came disciplined, and one dry man's word moved the whole block of it. The dockers came loud and many, rentable by a berth, and gone the same way. The Vosgrey came because everywhere else had stopped answering the door, and any man who stood with them would pay for the privilege in both the other rooms. His blood had been up since the ramp. There would be an accounting later for how much he was enjoying himself, and he moved it to later. The rep opened with the washdown filing, item 1 by right of age, and got 4 sentences into the history of it. 340. A dock shift lead, up out of the middle rows, not waiting to be recognized because nobody here recognized anybody. 340 of us reading the board every morning, this morning included. That's not 4 years old, that's today. The filing was here first, somebody said from the thermos rows, and so were we, and got a laugh from the front and boots from the middle. First. The shift lead put a world of freight on the word. You'd know first. Barack spoke once from the third row without standing. Ring 4 holds 1,240. It held margin once. I'd like the filing dealt with. The thermos rows settled back, point made for them, and the middle rows started 3 answers at once. The woman from the back rail rose into the noise and stood in it, coat still on, until it thinned. 50, perhaps, gray through the plate, a voice level from long practice at rooms like this one. There are 2,100 of us on this station, she said. We came in the 2 years after our sky went out. Ring 6 and 7, mostly, where the light is worst and the rent isn't. You have a filing, and you have a board. Ours is this. Our system didn't gutter out. It was put out. We have asked for 1 survey of the approaches, 1, and every office between here and Geneva has priced it and passed. Skies go dark all over, missus, an older docker, and not unkindly. Mine did. Nobody chose it. It's the times. And if somebody did choose yours, a thermos voice, what's this room meant to do about it? Write it down, the woman said. That is the entire ask. Minute that we said it, in a room that keeps minutes. The rep looked down the hall for his minute-taker, who had gone to the urn. The one stylus moving anywhere in the room belonged to the young man in concession gray. After that, the agenda stopped being an agenda. The middle rows wanted a berth action balloted tonight. The front rows wanted the action tied to the filing or not at all. The back rail asked what a ballot had ever paid for. And a man near the banner corner said the hall itself was first called, look it up, and was shouted down by people on all 3 sides of him, which was the evening's one unanimous act. Corrigan stood up once, into a hard patch between the shift lead and the thermoses, and told the story of the appeal he'd won for a docker's mother against her own sector's claims desk, told it warm and fast and against himself, so the laugh landed on him and both rows shared it. The piece bought 30 breaths. Then the middle rows were up about the board again, and the front about the main, and the draft of it took the banner's second corner down. The man with the ledger had been on his feet through 2 arguments already, waiting each one out with the book open across his forearm, and when the third thinned, he stepped into the gap and did not give it back. I read my meter every night at the same mark. Every night, 4 years since they put the new heads in. He held the book up and turned it, slow, so the hall could take in the columns. A paper book, greasy at the corners, ruled by hand. Paper. The plant office can't reach into paper and tidy it. And the paper says the needle walks up while this ring's asleep. Between the watches, every night, same hours, up she goes. Nobody's boiling anything at that mark, nobody's washing. That's the plant's own draw, run back through the residential side after the day watch ends and divided out across every quarter's bill on the ring, mine and yours, a sliver each, night after night. Somebody's chair creaked. The keeper looked at her bell and left it alone. My wife's brother is on ring 7. The ledger came down. A neighbor put a thumb in it to keep his place, the way a man does for a man he has stood next to for years. Same walk on his needle, same hours. And the one night their plant stood down for maintenance, the one night his needle stood still. Explain that. No, though nobody had moved to, there's no explaining it. It's in the book. Any of you can come to my quarters and read the book. Corrigan had been through the tariff schedules by lamplight more than once, line by line, the same as the man had been through his needle. A residential head metered what passed the quarter. There was no schedule line that could put a plant's draw onto one, and no mechanism to divide it across a ring if there had been. Corrigan kept his face where it had been and said none of that, because the needle was doing something at that mark, and 4 years of a man reading it at the same hour every night was 4 years more than anyone else in the hall had given it. Barack's slate stayed dark on his knee. Along the front rows, people looked into their thermos cups, and in the middle, a few heads nodded, slow, because whatever the needle was doing between the watches, the bills were real, and the man had stood at his meter every night for 4 years while the rest of them slept, and there was not one other soul in the hall who had done 4 years of anything about it every single night. The man closed a ledger on his neighbor's thumb. "Noted," the rep said. "Thank you." And the door came open on the card league, boxes first, a dozen of them filing along the wall with the unhurried patience of people whose slot it was. The keeper rang the bell twice and started on the urn tap without waiting to be argued with. The meeting ended the way a market closes, all at once and in every direction. The dock hands went out loudest and first, still balloting each other in the corridor. Ring 4 gathered thermoses and left in twos, the filing no further on than it had come in. The Voskre went last and quietest, coats already on, and the woman with the plate paused at the rotaboard a moment on her way past it. The young man in concession gray finished his line, capped the stylus, squared the folio, and went out among the rest like anybody going home. The alcove by the hatch took a set better than the corridor did, and Corrigan, coming back for the coat he had left on purpose, got the report entire through the gap. The clerk gave it straight. Every sector in the one room. No resolution carried, no committee formed, no date proposed. A metering complaint at length. And then, because the boy was thorough and had written it down, that the room had agreed on nothing and stayed in it anyway well past the hour it had booked. Whatever came back took a while. When the clerk answered it, his voice had gone careful, a man reading his own note to somebody who had already decided what it said. No, I understand. I only mean they were all in the one room." A pause. "Yes, the dockside and ring 4. Another. "I did put that." 2 more yeses, and of course, and the set capped. The clerk went up the corridor with his folio under his arm, having been told what he had watched. Corrigan took his coat off the hook and left by the other stair. The league had the tables up before the last chairs cleared. Score frames, boxes of counters worn smooth, a wager slate that weren't up on a nail with 3 columns already chalked. They played for birthday swaps and printer debt, near as Corrigan could tell from the slate, and the keeper's cut sat in its own chalk column, which answered how the urn got to be the size of a torpedo. Corrigan stacked chairs. It kept him in the room, and it was the kind of work a man could be visibly bad at while doing sums. And he did it badly on purpose, so a league man had to restack behind him. Barack worked the far row, stacking true. "Good house," Corrigan told the empty front rank. "Terrible show." The keeper snorted from the urn. By the door, the rotaboard. 2 columns of pegs and the weak grease penciled through it. The league twice, the choir, the loom circle, the lease offices Tuesday, and the meeting written in below the line on one of the 2 nights nobody else had wanted. The choir had no opinion of the league. The loom circle owed the lease office nothing, and would cross the hall for none of them, nor carry a table 1 meter out of its way. And the hall filled 5 nights in 7 regardless, wall to wall, on nothing grander than a grease pencil grid of whose night was whose. Corrigan read the board twice. Tonight's shambles had gone out through one door, in 3 bodies, at 3 separate speeds, on 3 separate evenings' worth of anger, and not one thing said inside it had needed the other 2 rooms to nod. The front rows would never love the middle rows. The back rail was done waiting for either. None of that had stopped the building filling. Corrigan put the whole of that away where he kept things that were worth money, and lifted another chair onto the stack. Barack came down the row with the trolley, checking the deck for dropped counters as he went, because it was his ring and somebody would slip on one. "Your vacuum hand makes better tea than the founder's floor ever poured me," Corrigan said. "You should charge admission at that door." She'd keep the takings. She should. A last chair went up. Corrigan turned round with the warmth still on him, and made the turn he had been building since the ramp. "Give me the list, Nuri." Barack set the trolley brake with his boot. "No." "Fair enough," Corrigan said, and meant it as far as it went. He collected his coat from the rack by the urn, put one arm in, and traded a nod with the keeper, who was chalking a 4th column on the wager slate. Corrigan. Barack had not moved from the trolley. The slate was back out, dark, in his hand. "What would you do with it?" Corrigan came back down the hall, took a chair off the stack he had just built, set it facing Barack, and sat. Chapter 8. Half a Tone. The long chamber off the relay heart was wrong before Neshk reached its door. He crossed the heart's floor with the ledgers under his arm and did not arrive at Y. The floor itself was ordinary for the hour, the queue at the relay counters already bent round the pillar, a porter carrying somebody's crate of cut flowers at head height through the middle of it. Grown flowers, freighted in, for a table that could pay freight on cent, and a boy at the queue's end selling places in it with the straight face the trade required. Ordinary, loud, and making money. The wrongness was ahead, at the chamber door, where the gallery had filled an hour short of the midday interval and the coats were wrong for the district. Plant grays off the ring shift. Dock canvas. Men who had walked a long way on a working morning to watch other people talk about metering. Neshk put it down as the interval crowd come early, and the tally would not close, and he carried the open line in with him as he carried any open line. 4 years ago, the Cairn had negotiated in a cargo void with a folding counter, a table of real timber long enough to seat 4 parties without elbows, chairs with backs, water in glass, on cloth, a caterer's trolley against the aft wall with warm trays on it, onions cooked in fat by an actual kitchen, and the caterer standing by her work in an apron so clean it had to be her second. 4 years ago, the parties to a question like this one would have stood in a dock corridor and shouted over a barrow. The concessions clerk squared his folders until the edges agreed and looked, briefly, like a man in a portrait of himself. One of the residence delegates had worn her good coat and did not touch the water glass, as though it might be on account. The relay clerk had a new board and found reasons to use it. Neshk stood at the side desk, which had been cut, like every desk on the civil decks, for human heights. Standing spared his back what the chair would have taken from it. He set out the draw ledgers, the berth schedule, and the sector rolls, and stood ready to be furniture. The parties negotiated. The desk confirmed. The chamber set rendered from a canopy over the table, one voice for the whole room and for the record. Personal sets went muted at the door. One voice, one log, and no arguing afterwards about whose ear had which version. The morning went the way long mornings go when they are going somewhere. The concession had sent a negotiator who wanted the metering formula signed before the interval and had said so, pleasantly, at the door. Assessment per head, uniform across the leased rings and the sector, a posted schedule for the reserve figures, Review at fixed dates. Corrigan sat with the residence delegation and asked slow questions he knew the answers to, at length, turning his water glass a quarter at a time. It was competent work, and it spent the morning, and the negotiator saw what it was and stayed pleasant, and that was competent work too. Twice the table turned to the side desk for a figure. Twice Neshk gave it, and the canopy rendered it clean, and the sitting went on. The gallery had shift men in it the whole time, plant hands off the 7 and 8 watch, Vasari among them, who signed the plant's filter dockets at Neshk's post, and dock canvas behind them, and more of both by every recess. The sector had sent 2. Talve carried the brief without notes, and beside him sat an elder of the house that had wanted no part of any assessment at all, sleeves crossed, who had objected once, through Talve, in form, and then nothing further. Talve wore the sitting easily. 4 years ago he had waited at counters. Now he let the negotiator finish every sentence, and answered the sentence rather than the man, and did not hurry. On the sector's item, he had put the position in one pass and left it standing. The sector would meet the assessment as the rings met it, when the roll was trued. 690 lived in the sector. The draw was still drawn at the founding count. The count first, then the formula, and the sector would sign. After the interval, the negotiator said, from the chair, it was the concession's turn to hold it, the count, and moved the morning along. At the interval, the caterer's trays went round, and the chamber loosened. Talve came to the side desk with his hands folded and his shade pushed up on his brow. Loadmaster. Talve. A long sitting, Talve said. You are provisioned for it. I cleared the day. Neshk laid the sector roll flat on the desk. In 9 days I will not be able to clear anything. A passage closes then. I will be at the arrivals hall. A consignment? Neshk, Neshk said, and then, because the name plainly required more manifest than he had attached to it, my spouse. The post allowance converts to a household berth. The change is administrative. Talve stood with that a moment, and his folded hands came a little higher. It is not administrative, he said. I am glad of it, Loadmaster, very glad, and went back to his delegation with the shade still up. That made one person told. The news had gone out of Neshk like a consignment note, and it had been received better than it was shipped, and he stood at his desk mildly pleased with the whole transaction while the trays went round. Under it, as open lines do, the gallery count still would not close. More coats had come in. Nobody had gone back to a shift. The chair called the parties to the table while the caterer was still collecting cups. The amber flag went up on the wall telltale between one item and the next. Node link down, set on local. The relay clerk glanced at it, tapped his new board twice, and let it stand. Links dropped, links came back. The log would splice. The chair did not stop talking because a man speaking station tongue to a room mostly of station tongue needed no rendering, and the sitting ran on without breaking stride. Neshk kept half an eye on the flag, out of the habit of a wearer whose working life went through the machine the flag belonged to. On local, a set ran on its own cash. On its cash, a set was worse. Everyone who wore one had lived with worse, the way everyone lived with dock coffee and drank it. The chair reached the count. The sector's roll as entered. Loadmaster. 690, Neshk said, entered at the claims desk and current to this morning. The canopy served his answer a beat late. The number came through whole. The rest came through with its stresses in the wrong places, flattened. so that entered at the claims desk landed as something nearer a claim entered against the desk, and a chuckle went along the annex benches at the shape of it. Sets were clumsy. Every soul in the room had spent 4 years being amused at what a set could do to a sentence, and this was the ordinary amusement, and it cost the room nothing. It cost Sesk the back of his neck. The wrongness of a rendering sat where it always sat, between the throat and the ear. A wearer's whole life was the small mismatch between what the throat did and what came back, and it had never sat this wide. Half a tone under, start to finish. He raised a hand from the side desk for a point of procedure. The chair's eye was on the table, where it belonged. The sector, on the count. Talve rose. He did it the way he now did everything in rooms like this one, unhurried, hands folded, and began in his own tongue, low and even. The canopy came in behind him, flat, half a tone under itself, and served the sentence in pieces. The sector is owed a gap where a clause did not arrive. 690, at the head, more than a gap. The human sectors, worth a gap. The voice closed the passage and offered nothing further. Talve was still speaking, low and even, to a room that had stopped listening to him. For the length of a breath, nothing. Then, off the gallery benches, not loud, sure of itself, "You hear that?" And a second voice, further back, already passing it on, "Owed more than we're worth. He said it. 690 of them, owed more than the humans are worth." The sentence went back through the gallery the way fire goes through dunnage. At the table, the residence delegate in the good coat sat very still with her mouth a little open. The concessions clerk stopped squaring his folders, and a man on the residence side came up out of his chair saying, "In plain. Say it in plain." "The chair does not—" the chair began. Talve lifted one hand, palm down. Patience, a correction coming. He spoke again, slower, spacing the phrases, the way a man speaks into a bad line. The canopy dragged the correction through the same wreck and served it worse. Owed arrived twice. Worth arrived attached to nothing. And the second serving confirmed the first in every ear that had already decided. From the benches, flat and certain, he's saying it again. The elder was on her feet. Sesk was on his, one hand still raised for a procedure that no longer existed. A catering cup came over the benches and broke on the table among the folders. Then the annex rail went over with the weight of men behind it, and the chamber stopped being a chamber. What it became was bodies and doors. The main door was a pressure door and cycled at a pressure door's speed, and those shoving to get out met those shoving in to be part of whatever this was going to be, and the two shoves ground against each other in the doorway while the noise climbed. The floor watch came in through the caterer's passage, empty hands, short sticks, and made a line of themselves in front of the table without drawing a thing, and the line bent and held and bent. A man went down between the benches and got walked on and came up swearing through a split lip, wanting somebody, anybody, in reach. The good coat tore at the shoulder seam somewhere in the press. The caterer hauled her trolley into the corner and stood in front of it like a master before her hall, and nobody touched her or her trays. Shouts came over the watch line with drusk in them more than once, and most of the shouts had 690 somewhere in them. The number had come through whole. The number was what everyone kept. Sesk went the short way, which was over the side desk. He stood taller than anything else in the chamber, and he used it. One arm across Talve's shoulders, the length of the table for cover, the elder ahead of them both. She had not waited to be collected, and the caterer's passage door at the end of it, which he opened and kept open with his back until both Sethlan were through. An elbow out of the press took the shade off Talve's brow. Talve bent, in the middle of all of it, and picked it up before he let himself be moved. The passage was warm and smelled of the trays, and the noise came through the wall at a wall's thickness. The elder walked to the far end and stood with her back to them, sleeves crossed, and said nothing in any language. "Loadmaster." Talve's voice stayed even. His hands were flat against his coat now, very still. What did it give them? The set. For me. Sesk gave it back to him word for word, both servings, with the gaps where the gaps had been. Talve looked at the trays for a long moment. "That is not what I said." "I know what you said," Sesk said. The chamber emptied inside the half-hour, the hard way first and then the paperwork way. By mid-afternoon, the watch had the corridor sorted into people making statements and people waiting to, and the chamber stood wrecked in the small manner of rooms nobody had meant to wreck. Chairs on their sides, folders fanned across the decking, onions trodden into the cloth, one shoe. The caterer counted her trays aloud, and all of them answered. The watch officer had the sitting log up on the wallboard, the relay clerk beside him wearing the face of a man determined to be blamed for nothing. The transcript gave the morning clean, item by item, then the amber flag as a line entry, then Talve's passage. It read exactly as the canopy had served it. The pieces, the gaps. Under it entered whole and attributed to no one because a log enters what is said aloud in the room it serves. Owed more than we're worth. He said it. The node dropped, Sesk said. The set went to its local cache. The cache is rendering false. Everything that voice served after the flag went up is the cache's serving, and the transcript is that same voice written down. Everyone in that room heard the same thing, the officer said. They heard the set. A man stood up and a voice said a thing over him. The voice was broken. The officer let him finish and wrote all of it down. Then he nodded at the canopy. "Show me." Sesk stood under the set and gave it the answer he had given the chair in the morning, the roll and the entry, word for word. The canopy served it back clean. Every stress where it belonged, the claims desk restored to itself. 690 entered and current. The amber flag had gone down while the watch was still clearing the doorway. The node was back, and on the node, the chamber set was as good as any set on the station. The relay clerk looked at his board. The officer looked at Sesk. "The fault is in the cache," Sesk said. "The cache speaks only when the node is down. Take it off the node, on a bench, and it will speak." "Then a bench can have it," the officer said, without heat. "Loadmaster, I've got an affray, an infirmary queue, and a corridor of statements that agree with each other. They heard a man say a thing. The record they were all in the room with says he said it." "Then keep the source," Sesk said to the relay clerk. "His words as his throat made them. Render them on any set on the station and be done." The clerk shifted. "There isn't one. A set renders and discards. The source would run 20 times the store of the rendering, and in 4 years nobody has ever come asking for it. We keep what was said. You keep what was served." "It's the same thing," the clerk said. Sesk left the line where it stood and signed for the cache instead. The relay clerk broke the module out of the canopy housing under the officer's eye, and Sesk entered it in his own book at the side desk. One cache module, the long chamber, removed for bench examination, custody of the loadmaster's post, and sealed it into a docket bag with the seal his post kept for disputed cargo. The officer watched the seal go on and did not object. His offenses were the cup and the rail and the split lip. A translation appliance was not evidence of who had shoved first. Down the corridor, Talve was giving his statement standing, shade pushed up, hands folded again, the taking officer writing at his own pace. Talve said what he had said. The assessment met as the rings met it. The roll trued at 690. The count before the formula. Nobody argued with him. Nobody in the corridor doubted that was what he had meant to say. It went into the file in full, 1 page from the transcript, and nothing in the file or on the station could choose between the pages. Corrigan came up the corridor against the flow of it, coat over his arm, collecting his people out of the watch's line by name and taking each one's shoulder as it left. He stopped at the side desk salvage, Sesk, the ledgers restacked, the docket bag on top. Did Talve get out whole? Whole. Good. Corrigan looked down the corridor at the statements queue, and whatever he was counting there, he kept the total to himself. They're saying a man said a thing, Sesk. The set said it. The man said something else. I believe you. He said it fast and plainly, as he said things to rooms. Get your bench, get it in writing, and understand what you're asking. Every soul in that queue was in the room, and you want them to have been somewhere else. He went on down the line, a hand for every shoulder, a name for every man. The Heart's floor had its evening shape by the time Sesk crossed it. The queue at the relay counters bent round the pillar for the outbound slots. The flower porter long gone, the boy still selling places at the queue's end, trade being trade in every weather. Sesk carried the ledgers, the sealed bag, and the day's one unclosable line. A chamber of people had taken delivery of a sentence nobody had shipped, and the manifest agreed with the chamber line for line. Neshk's passage closed in 9 days. He had told one person, badly, and that person was in a corridor behind him, stating for the record the sentence he had actually said, to a file that kept the other one too. Sesk put the count away and walked. Chapter 9. Factual Basis Disputed. The statement on top of the stack ran a page and a half, signed, witnessed, and attested, and blamed the organizers. The one beneath it ran 2 pages and blamed the concession. Yas had been through the stack twice since the morning of day 12, and it sorted the same way both times. Everyone had told her the truth, and the truths did not agree anywhere it mattered. Lying she could work with. Liars contradict themselves. A person inventing a corridor puts the door on the wrong side of it by the 3rd telling. Nobody in the stack had put a door on the wrong side of anything. The concessions people described organized men arriving angry at a session that had been going the concessions way, and that was what they had watched happen. The ring witnesses described the concessions escorts wading in first, and from where the ring witnesses stood, behind the long table, with the escorts between them and the exit, that was what wading in looked like. The dock hands described the trouble starting where the Voskra line men were standing, which was a fact about geography, wearing the clothes of a fact about cause. The Voskra said the chamber had spent 4 days looking for a reason to stop listening, and had taken the first one it was handed. 4 accounts, 4 different enemies. Each one closed with its own people nearest the wall and somebody else's nearest the door. The concessions bundle had arrived by courier on day 12, uniform, indexed, every statement in the same registry format, under a covering letter from a lawyer for the 9 houses reserving their position as to losses. The organizers' statements came in over 2 days, hand-carried. The dock hands came in person, on their own time, unpaid, which on this station meant something. Yas laid the 4 out across the long table and worked the 3rd reading, which was where a file gave up its shape if it was going to. The shape was this. Every faction in that chamber had come out of day 11 holding a version that served it better than the truth would have. The concession needed the riot to be the organizers, because a coalition that broke a room could be priced into every lease negotiation for a decade. The organizers needed it to be the concession, for the same reason inverted. The dockhands needed it to be somebody who was not a dockhand, having spent 2 days being told by their own board that they were the ones with nothing to lose. And the Voskra needed it to be the room, because the room was the thing that had never once believed them about anything. Nobody in the file wanted the same answer. Nobody in the file was lying. Yas wrote no account inconsistent with any other account as to observed fact at the head of her summary, read it back, and understood that she had just written the most useless true sentence of her career. Through the window, the 3rd relay gallery was doing what it did. The market had its cues. A hull had come in on the night watch, and its people were buying things they did not need and eating things that had not come off a printer. And the boy who sold places in the outbound queue had acquired a competitor, a girl with a folding stool and better manners. The 2 of them working opposite sides of the same pillar in an arrangement that had clearly been negotiated. 3,000 transients that week. Or 5. It depended on the day and on who was counting. Not one of them knew there had been a riot. The station had put its own week straight over the top of it, and would put another one over that. And in a place this size, a chamber of people coming off their benches for 9 minutes came out as a Tuesday with a file attached. That was new. 4 years ago, it would have been the only thing anybody talked about for a month. Drusk appeared in 9 of the statements. Yas had a shelf for the word. It came up in doc statements 2 or 3 times a year, worn down, usually in quotation, usually from a man repeating what somebody else had said before he hit them. Nobody had ever been able to tell her where it came from. She had stopped asking a long time ago because asking taught people it was a thing worth explaining. These 9 were different, and she read them 4 times before she would put a name to how. 2 were quotations, the ordinary kind. 3 used it flatly as description, from men who did not appear to think they were saying anything at all. And 4 used it as a position, a thing a person could hold and argue from and expect a hearing on. One of those 4 had added a full paragraph beneath his account, unprompted, setting out what he took the word to cover and why the covering was fair, and had signed the paragraph as carefully as he had signed the statement. 14 years on the register, no prior of any kind. A good hand by the look of the writing, and slow with it, the way a man writes when he means to be understood. Her own name was in 3 of them. 2 had it as the mixed investigator, once with a the and once without. The 3rd had it beside the other word, the doc word for a splice, in a sentence that had not been about her at all, a witness laying out who had been standing where, reaching mid-sentence for a shorthand, and carrying on. Yas read the sentence, confirmed the account around it was accurate and material to the movement of 6 people across a chamber floor, and went on to the next statement. Yas had a rule, arrived at years ago and never once written down. A record carried what a man had chosen to put in it. Striking it taught nobody anything and cost the file its only honest page. The appendix went on to all 9, factual basis disputed, initialed, and logged. It did nothing. It had never done anything. The appendix traveled with the statement, and the statement traveled to whoever asked for it. And all the appendix said was that somebody official had noticed. She had watched a concession counsel read a disputed statement into a lease hearing with the appendix still attached at the foot of the page and nobody in the room getting that far down. The organizer's bundle came in on the afternoon of day 13, and Yas took delivery of it herself. It was good. That was the trouble with it. 22 statements across 3 sectors, each signed, dated, and confined to what the signatory had seen from where the signatory had been standing. Not one of them characterized the chamber. Not one used organized element or its opposite. Where a signatory had been unable to see something, the statement said so, in the signatory's own words, without apology. 2 of them recorded that the signatory had heard the Sethlin delegate's remarks as inflammatory and had come off the bench because of it, which was the single most damaging thing in the whole file to the case the organizers were building, and it had been filed by their own side, at their own counter, in their own bundle. Yas went through it twice and found nothing to object to. That was the point at which she began to watch Corrigan. Finding him took an afternoon. Corrigan was at the ring end of the gallery with a claims folio under one arm and 8 people waiting to get a word. And the 8 waited. "Yours are late," she said. 2 days. "They are." He did not make her ask. 4 of my people wanted to file at midnight on the 11th. I asked them to sleep first. Not to change anything, to sleep. A man who files at midnight files what the room did to him. A man who files at noon files what he saw. A glance at the queue, which stayed a queue. You'll get more use out of the second. That's true. It is. It's also the answer to a question I hadn't asked yet. Corrigan laughed, a short one, entirely at his own expense, and let it stand there without improving it. Then a woman at the head of the queue said his name, and he turned to her, and Yas walked back down the gallery with 22 unimpeachable statements under her arm and a feeling she could not put on a form. The garrison duty commander came to the statement room on the afternoon of day 14, having sent word an hour ahead, which the garrison was under no obligation to do. A compact man in a plain coat with the garrison flash and nothing else on it. He stopped inside the door rather than crossing to the table and looked at the 4 stacks for a while. How many? 61. Any garrison? 3 garrison personnel were in the gallery off duty. All 3 filed. None of them saw the start. The commander took that and did not write it down. Is what happened in that chamber a public order matter? No. Say the rest. A disturbance in a chamber of the civil administration. Joint security holds it. It was stopped by the people in the room, mostly dock hands getting between 2 delegations, and the medical returns are 4 sprains and a cut hand. Yas set the slate down. Nothing in it reaches your mandate. Today. Today. The commander turned the word over and set it where they could both see it. It's honest. I don't doubt it. He looked at the stacks again. The establishment here is 400, under a mandate written by a committee that has never seen this station. I would like to know which corridors the people posted here may be asked to stand in. Nobody can tell me. That is not a complaint about you. No, Yas said. It's a complaint about the mandate. Something happened at one corner of his mouth, which she suspected was the whole range, and he left. Neshk brought the cash down on the morning of day 14 in a sealed bag with a docket. Neshk put both on the bench and stood while she read, because the docket was the point, and he was not going to say the point aloud when it was written. Room set, negotiation chamber, relay heart. Removed under the tradeside custody rule at 1940 on day 11 by the loadmaster. Held sealed at the loadmaster's post, not opened. 3 lines of chain, each with a time and a name, his signature under all 3, and a 4th line ruled and left blank for the transfer. You sealed it inside an hour? 40 minutes. Why? Because a chamber of people had disagreed about a sentence, Neshk said, and the thing that rendered the sentence was on the table with its housing off, and the cleaners were due at 8. Yos signed the 4th line, dated it, wrote the transfer onto the face of the docket, initialed that, and put the bag under the bench lamp where they could both see it. The chain closed. It was the first thing in 5 days that had closed. Tell me what I've got. Neshk told her. She stopped him twice, and at no point did he tell her what any of it meant. The set was node-coupled and carried a local cache for the times the node was not there. The node had not been there for a period on day 11. The set had fallen back to the cache. The cache had rendered Talve badly, half a tone off, register wrong, a concept dropped, and the nearest thing in store put in its place, and the chamber had taken what it was handed and finished the sentence itself. Finished it how? With what the room already believed. Neshk's hands had gone ash to the second knuckle. She had seen that once before, on the night of the 11th. I have spent 4 days trying to find a way that which is not an accusation against every person who was in the room. There isn't. Neshk set his ledgers down, which he did when he wanted both hands. The set records what it produced. It does not retain the source. The source is 20 times the volume, and no one has ever needed it. Master Talve has given his account of what he said. It is on the file. It cannot be checked against anything because there is nothing to check it against. So the log agrees with the room. The log agrees with the room because the log is the room's copy of the same mistake. Yos looked at the bag for a while. I believe you, she said. Neshk's chin came down a fraction, which she had learned was the entire gesture. I'll tell you what I can do with it, because you'll hear a worse version in a fortnight, and I'd rather you had mine. She counted it off on the bench with 2 fingers, a habit picked up off him that she had never mentioned. The tech will tell me whether that cache was written to. If it was written to deliberately, that's unauthorized modification of a station system. It's an offense. I can charge it. If the write went in under somebody's credential, that's credential misuse, and that's an offense too, and I can charge that. Then charge them. Charge who? Yos gave him a moment with it. There's no name on it yet. And if the tech hands me a credential and a clock, and I put a person under both, what I've got is a man who broke a translator. There is nothing in the code that runs from breaking a translator to what a chamber of people decided they heard. There's no offense for making a room misunderstand itself. Nobody ever wrote one. Neshk considered this with the stillness he gave a column that would not balance. That's the position. It is a poor position, Neshk said. It's the one I've got. Neshk looked at the bag and then through the open door at the 4 stacks on the long table. 61 accounts of 9 minutes, all of them true. They will say it was the delegate, he said. They are already saying it was the delegate. 9 of them have said it in writing. Soon that will be all anyone remembers. Neshk picked the ledgers back up. I would like the receipt copied to my post, under my own number. Tonight. At the door he stopped, which he did not usually do. On the 11th, I stood in that gallery and told 14 people that the machine had failed and the man had not, Neshk said. They looked at me as though I had offered them a discount. The tech came back at the 18th hour with the housing off and the header pulled, and Yos cleared the bench and made her set it out twice before she would touch the slate. Then she wrote up the day. The offense went into the record as it stood. Unauthorized modification of a station system, under investigation, no suspect, custody chain attached and unbroken. Beneath it, in the space for related matters, she entered the disturbance in the negotiation chamber on day 11 as a separate open file, cause not established. She did not join them with a line. There was nothing yet that would carry the weight of one. 61 statements, 9 appendices, 1 bag, sealed, opened, logged. Somebody had found out on day 11 exactly how cheap it was to make this station hate itself, and had it cost them anything at all, she would have had a name by now. Yoss put the file in the cabinet, took her coat off the back of the door, and went to walk the trade side end to end on foot, which was the fastest way she knew to stop reading a room she had never been in. Chapter 10. A room with no vote in it. So call it a panel, Kade said. A seat for every sector that can put a name to itself. It meets in a room with a clerk and a minute book. It hears whoever the sector sends. It resolves whatever it likes, and every resolution it passes comes across this desk and stops here. The Joint Security Duty Officer had brought the public order return up himself and had not yet put it down. Ring watches, by the shoulders on him, careful with the furniture, slate held at his belt in the manner of a man who has decided against a chair. Resolves, he said, resolves. It advises this office. It holds no vote over anything, and it never will. And that's all of it. Yes. The pencil lay across the tray where it had been since the 6th bell. Kade had come in on 4 hours, and had meant to spend the morning on the ring capacity tables, and the thing had come out of her mouth while she was saying something else, whole, with a clerk in it and a room under it, in a shape that would not go back. Meetings, then. The officer turned the slate up at last. Halls booked and the hour published are no difficulty to me. A dockside sitting in a bonded store with the door propped is. The ring meeting on the 9th ran past the change of watch, and my people stood outside it in the corridor because they had nowhere lawful to stand inside it. And I have a return here with the same name across the top of the entries, Corrigan, the advocate. The dockside one. Whose store? Ollery's, hired out by the hour. He'll have a bill for it, he always does. Kade squared the return against the desk edge and did not pick up the name he had put down. The panel gives them somewhere to go that has a door on it and a minute book at the end of the table. Your people can stand in a corridor outside a room that is on the schedule. With respect, Administrator, I'd take a permit system over a panel. Hours notified, a named convener on the paper, and I know who to hold answerable when it runs late. Somebody refuses a permit inside a fortnight. The day after that, there's a hall meeting anyway, unpermitted, packed to the bulkheads, and now they've got a grievance about the permit on top of the one they came with. The officer took that without giving it away. Then the panel doesn't answer my problem. No, Kade said, it answers mine. The slate went back on his belt, and he left, and the outer door closed in its 2 stages. The morning's tray had come up while he was talking. Kade went down it standing, which was quicker. A ring 4 filing on the washdown main, in a hand she had been reading for 4 years, addressed to this office because there was nowhere else on the station to address it. A dockside petition on the berth schedule. A concession instrument, and not hers to touch. A letter from a Voskryline association asking the civil administration to enter in a public minute that a system had been taken, a thing no office anywhere in compact space had entered, and one this office had no standing whatever to enter. A landlady on Ring 7 about renewals, the master with the rhyme scheme, again. Every one of them correctly addressed, under the founding instrument, to an office holding representation and coordination and no vote at all over the thing complained of. The tray came up like that every morning, and every evening it went into the register. What it did, honestly, it put a room on the station schedule where a sector could say a thing and have the saying written down under a date in a book that does not get thrown out. Ring 4 had been filing for 4 years into a register nobody read aloud. That was a real thing, and it cost nothing to give. What it did for her? It was somewhere for the pressure to go, and standing it up would take 9 days, and there was no other way on this station to buy 9 days. Nobody had to convene anything to authorize it. No signatory party had to be told before it existed, and it would give the concession a table with names on the far side of it, which was what Morrow had asked her for on the Ring 8 scaffold with the hoist running in one sentence at the top of the stairs. Kade wrote out the operative clauses on the back of the capacity tables, because that was the paper in front of her. The Sector Representation Panel, advisory to the Administrator's Office. Its members appointed by that office and removable by it. Its resolutions recorded and carried to the branches for their consideration and binding on none of them. Kade read it twice, and it held. Nothing in it decided anything. Nothing in it heard anybody's appeal. Nothing in it could be pointed at by a lawyer for the 9 houses and called an organ. Then she called the outer office in and began spending. The clerk came with the cue on her slate and read it down as she did every morning. The works office on the 3rd gallery lighting, the throat side arrivals returns, the directorate. The directorate item is acknowledged, still, received and entered on the committee's papers. No further, don't read that one out again. The clerk stopped, took a breath, the length of a breath, and went to the next item. Kade let her get to the bottom of the queue. The inventory annex off the heart. Who has it? Works hold the key. It's the old chart store, the superseded route boxes, and racking down the long wall that came out of a bonded hold and never went anywhere else. I want it empty by the morning. There's nowhere for the boxes, Administrator. Volume's the whole difficulty. The last time Works asked, they were told to keep them where they stood. Ollery has a bonded hold, and he has been waiting on a counter license for the south stair since the spring. Tell him the license comes off my desk this afternoon, and the boxes go into his hold dry and stacked, and he doesn't charge the office rent on them for a year. The clerk wrote. There are chandlers ahead of him on the licensing list. There are. The clerk wrote that down too. It was one of the reasons Kade kept her. And Works want the shift done on the day watch, which means the racking comes out through the heart at market hours. Night watch. Tell the superintendent his crew gets comms queue slots for the feast, the good hours. Enough of them that nobody has to draw lots. Kade turned the capacity tables face down. He'll want it in writing. Give it to him in writing. The room was done before the forenoon watch, which was faster than the office had ever done anything, and the doing of it had cost a licensing queue with names in it, a night's overtime, and a block of communications priority that the works crews would have got in time anyway, and would now get because of her. The clerk came back with the annex key on a tag and a question about chairs. Whatever chairs can be got, 3 trestles from stores. Beg the rest off the messes, and don't be proud about it. And who keeps the minute? You do. The clerk's pen stopped and started again. Then the outer office is nobody's. The claims desk has a second clerk who has been doing the work of a first for 2 years. And the claims desk will complain, and the claims desk will lose. Send for her this afternoon. Kade put the annex key in the drawer with the flask. You keep the minute book. You publish the agenda to every seat at the same hour, and this office reads it when they do. The panel has a budget then. The panel has a budget. The accounts officer came up before midday with the quarter's heads printed out entire, because he did not trust a screen for anything he would have to answer for later, and he laid the sheets on the desk in the order he intended to lose the argument in. There's no head for it, he said. I've looked twice. The nearest thing is consultation, and consultation is a line for bringing people up out of the sectors to be asked things by this office. It has never in 4 years run to more than a clerk's afternoon and the tea. Then it's consultation. Administrator. He set his finger on the line and left it there. If I open a line for a body, the line has a body's name on it. And a body with a line in the accounts gets renewed at the quarter without anybody deciding to renew it. I've watched a temporary storage allowance outlive a directorate review and a man's whole career. Then it's consultation. Administrator. He set his finger on the line and left it there. If I open a line for a body, the line has a body's name on it. And a body with a line in the accounts gets renewed at the quarter without anybody deciding to renew it. I've watched a temporary storage allowance outlive a directorate review and a man's whole career. Under consultation, then. Same head, same authority, no new instrument, and it renews itself, and nobody in a signatory's capital has to approve a thing. Kade drew the sheet round to face her. How much of the head is spent? Most of it, on the Vresh delegation and the Arrivals Hall Committee. He said committee the way other men said the name of a dog that bit. You'd be spending the rest on a room. Then it's spent. The accounts officer gathered his sheets, put them back in order, and did not look pleased about any of it. It'll want a name for the ledger. Kade had been at that since the duty officer left in the morning. Sector Consultative Committee, which sounded as though it did something, and would be read as though it did. Residence Council, which was a word out of another constitution entirely, and the 9 houses lawyers had a filing cabinet's worth of use for it. Standing Sector Conference, the word standing doing damage in every direction at once. Sector Representation Panel. The accounts officer wrote it down. Representation's a large word for a body that can't decide anything. It is. Put it in the ledger. The concessions office took the call at once, not usual, and Morrow came on with a hoist running somewhere behind her and did not apologize for it. Administrator. I'm standing up an advisory body, sector seats, appointed by this office. It advises me, it minutes what it advises, and it decides nothing at all. Your houses aren't a sector and won't have a seat. You'll have a visitor's bench and the papers. Yes. Kade waited for the rest of it, and the rest of it did not come. You haven't heard the terms of reference. You've just given me the lot. Appointed, advisory, minuted. The hoist behind Morrow stopped, and something seated with a ring that came down the link a half-beat late. I've had 4 years of letters from people who each speak for a corridor, and no way to answer them as a body. Put a table under them, and I'll sit down at it. Send me the terms tonight if you can. My counsel reads slowly and charges for it either way. Tonight. And when they resolve something, I'd like the resolution in the minute with the vote on it, names and numbers in it. I've read a great many minutes that say the panel was of the view. They can have that. Then I'm content. A pause with the rigging chief's voice in it, faintly, and Morrow's answer half turned away from the pickup. I'll instruct my people to appear when the panel asks, publicly, in the minute. Nobody has to be dragged. Noted. Everything goes better with, you said, Kade said, and closed the link. The annex key was in the drawer. The clerk was down at stores arguing about trestles. The terms of reference went to the Concessions Council in the afternoon, and to the sector conveners an hour after that. The asking had come in that order, and Kade sent them in it without doing anything about it. 9 days. Room, clerk, ledger line, notice, seats, all of it standing inside 9 days. Or it was a thing she had said in a room to a man with a slate. Halden's objection came up by hand at the change of the day watch, a single page in her square hand, and Halden came up behind it not long after. In 4 years she had never once sent a paper and stayed away from it. "You'll want the countersignature," she said, before the door was properly shut. "I'd take it. The constituting notice with the warden's office under mine reads multilateral to anyone who counts seals, and half the station counts seals." "No. A courtesy line at the foot of a notice about a room. That's all I'm asking for." The seal reads wound and root. Halden stayed where she had stopped, near the door, with her hands empty. It has no reading of a civil body. That's the objection, is it? The objection's on the page. That was the refusal. Kade turned it round and read it. 2 numbered paragraphs, no salutation, entered under the quarter's record with its own number because the warden's office did not write letters. 1. This office is not consulted on civil representation and does not seek to be. It declines to countersign the constituting notice for the reasons given verbally and asks that this be entered. 2. This office enters the following once and will not repeat it. A body that represents and cannot decide teaches 4 rings that standing is a thing the administrator's office has in its hand to give. When they come and ask for it, and they will come, and the asking will be lawful, and it will be in order, this office will not be able to give them any, and neither will yours. They will have been taught here that there was a hand to ask. Kade read it a second time at the speed she would have read it in a committee. "You've written this before." Twice. Once to a survey board that wanted a working group to look at a thing it had already decided. Halden's chin came up a fraction. Once here, 4 years ago, to you, when somebody proposed an advisory quorum on route closures so that a master's losses would have a name attached to them. You didn't do it. I remember what I didn't do. Then you know I'm not being difficult. "I've never once taken you for difficult," Kade said, and did not enlarge on it, and keyed the objection into the civil record herself, under its own number, with the date and the hour, and turned the screen so the warden could read the entry going in. Halden read the entry. "You'll publish it with the notice." With the notice, attached at the foot, under its number. Something in Halden's shoulders came down half a degree and went no further than that. "It'll be a good room most days, and I'd say so anywhere. I've no argument with the room." She picked her slate off the corner of the desk. "The instrument's well drafted. I've read worse out of Geneva this year, and I've read it aloud to Vale to be sure I wasn't imagining it." Halden went out toward the throat, and the outer door closed in its 2 stages behind her. The constituting notice came in for signature at the 8th bell, printed clean, every line filled. The head under which it stood, the room, the clerk of the panel by name, the first sitting, the seats, 1 to a sector, and the sectors could argue about what a sector was and would. The warden's objection sat attached at the foot with its record number showing. The last line read, "Chair," and stopped. "Do you want the line closed up?" the clerk said. "It prints odd left open." "Leave it." "It goes to every board on the station at the change of the watch, administrator, with the gap in it." "Leave it." The clerk took the notice away to the queue. Below the window, the day counters were coming down and the night counters going up, and the noise of it arrived late, as it always did from this height. Kade put the pencil back in the tray. One name went in that line. The rings would take him and nobody else, and she had now not said it for 2 days. Chapter 11. Somebody's Representative. The tally had started as 3 names in grease pencil on the back of a spent berth slip, and it was 3 sheets of dock stores paper now, folded lengthwise the way manifests fold, ruled into columns in Den's own hand. Name, last shift worked, renewal. 15 days from slip to sheets. He had ruled the columns using the slip's torn edge for a straight edge, and the 3rd column he had never meant at all. A crane hand had said, "My renewals due," one morning, while Den stood there with the pencil out. And Den had written it down because the man was looking at him, and after that there was a place on the paper where that went. The sheet lived folded in his inside jacket pocket. Sometime in the last week he had stopped being the only one who knew it was there. Shift end filled the dock bar 3 deep at both counters. 4 years ago the room had been a paint store. Now it ran 2 counters and a boy whose whole job was carrying empties, and a table was a thing you waited for. Den had the end of a shelf table and the sheet flat on it, working down the second column, and the queue found him as it found the counters. A scaffolder off the Ring 8 job came first, still in his harness, cheerful, a man doing well and drinking like it. Put us on, then. It's dock names, Den said, registered hands. So whose paper do I go on? Den turned the pencil over twice. I don't know. Somebody's, not mine. The scaffolder took that without offense, bought Den a drink he hadn't asked for, and went back to the counter, and the drink stood there sweating next to the sheet like a small wage for a job Den couldn't have described. Then an older rigger, off the South Gantry cruise, who put one finger down on his own line and said, "Scratch mine." "You work Tuesday. I've only got—" "Scratch it." Den scratched it, twice through, the rigger standing over him until the name was properly gone. The additions he was used to. The scratch was new. He refolded the sheet afterwards with the columns turned inward. Sahi arrived at the half-empty stage of the evening, hooked a stool over with one foot, and looked at the folded paper the way you look at a mate's new coat. 15 days from a berth slip to a bureau. They'll issue you a counter and a stamp. It's names. It's names with a Q, Sahi drank. Sesk know you keep it. It's names, Den said, too fast. A man can hold names. Sahi let that stand, which was worse than arguing with it, and talked about the Ring 8 scaffolder's harness instead, a good harness, new, and paid for. The manifest clerk came through near the 9th bell with an empty crate under one arm, moving like a woman with 4 more errands in her. She stopped at Den's table exactly long enough to say it. "Back room, after the bell. Ring people are coming down and ring 4. Bring your paper." "Right, yeah," Den said, before the sentence was fully out of her, and she was gone through the crowd. Den put the scaffolder's drink away in 2 swallows and sat with his ears going hot. Under the hot ears, the other thing, the one that had been coming and going all week, the drop you get in the gut the first time a load swings over you and you're the one on the tagline. Frightened the right amount and glad it's you. The back room was bottle crates and a work light on a hook and chairs from 3 different establishments, more people than chairs, and the bar's noise coming through the wall entire. Dock hands took the crate side. The Ring people stood along the shelving in their plant coats and their off-shift coats, a dozen of them, more. Ring 4 had sent a fitter Den knew by sight, a broad gray man who repaired pumps and grudges with the same thoroughness. At the far end, by the door, a knot from Ring 7 kept its own company. Voskerline, some of them, you could tell by nothing except that they stood where they could see the whole room. The manifest clerk set her crate down and sat on it. Nobody's chairing this and nobody's writing it down. Say your piece and keep it short. The fitter went first and was not short. The washdown main surrendered 4 years ago with a signature and a promise. The acknowledgments still live. The ring bigger now than when they'd signed it, and the margin thinner. And the filing, 4 years of filing, answered every quarter in language that answered nothing. He had the dates by heart. He gave the room most of them. Then a rents argument broke out along the shelving. Dock rows against ring corridors, who paid more for less, and the winch hand from the South Gantry got half a sentence out into the middle of it. All I'm saying, and was rolled straight over by the fitter starting his second lap of the main. A plant hand Den didn't know cut the lap short. Tall, forearms out of his coat sleeves, a lanyard with the Ring Plants tag on it, and he did it by asking for more instead of less. Say the middle of it again, the metering, after the main went. I didn't have that part. The fitter, offered a listener instead of a clock, gave the middle part again, shorter and better, and sat down after it, which nobody had managed to get him to do in 4 years. The rents argument tried to restart. The plant hand said, "There's a cue for poorest as well. Take a chit," and got the room's one laugh of the night, and the argument died of it. The clerk tipped her chin at Den. Den stood up too fast and said it the way he had said it to nobody, that there were 900 registered hands on the trade side and 340 of them standing down at the worst of it, and that a man standing down didn't stop owing his renewal, and that he had it written who'd worked, who hadn't, whose renewal was coming. He'd started the sheet to keep his own asking fair. Then the sheet had got longer than his asking. And, he was talking too much, he said sorry. He kept going anyway. The board went up every morning where the whole trade side could read it, and the sheet stayed in his coat, and he hadn't got a word for that. He said it again and made it worse. Den held the sheet out, and somebody took it. It went along the crates and up the shelving hand to hand. The room quietened wherever it was. A dock hand pressed his thumb flat on a line, as though keeping his place in it. One of the plant coats read the renewal column right down and passed it on without a word. From the Ring 7 end, a gray-streaked woman in a mended coat spoke for the first time. 2,100 of us came through the arch in 2 years. She said it at the room in general. Our name's not on any of it, and it hasn't been yet. It's been done to us before. So is this one ours or not? It's a berth matter first, said someone from the crates. It's a rent matter, said someone from the shelving. So what do we ask for? Den said, louder than he'd planned. A thing a person can say yes to, because ours ends. If the berth's open tomorrow, ours ends. I go back to the board and I'm glad to. And theirs, the pencil going end over end in his fingers, when does theirs end? And what do we do when somebody says yes to us, just us, to split us off the rest of it? Because that's how I'd do it if I was them. I'd say yes to the cheapest one of us first. Nobody answered that. The clerk said, "That's for the Ring meeting," and moved the room on to who was going up and when. And the question went wherever the questions nobody answers go. The sheet came back round to Den, softened at the folds, a stranger's thumbprint in the margin of the third column. He put it away flat against his chest, and the meeting broke into 3 smaller meetings, and he went out the loading door for air. The gallery over the berths was cold and mostly dark, the rail wet where the dock mist reached it. Below, one of the free berths was working a short-haul hull by floodlight, night gang on the gantry, the crane moving with that slowness that is actually speed for a thing that size. Money being made at an hour when 4 years ago the whole trade side would have been shut and breathing quietly. The plant hand came out after him carrying 2 cups and handed one over as though they'd arranged it. Andrei Vasari, ring plant. Den. I know. Your sheet has a following. Vasari set his back against the rail, facing the room's lit window rather than the drop, and nodded at Den's jacket where the paper was. You ruled those columns with the slip you started them on. The line wobbles where the tear is. How'd you get that from the crates? I fix things for people. You get an eye for maid dune. And that was all it took. The man asked nothing, and Den told him everything anyway. The half shift 15 days ago, and asking Sesk for men in a fair order, and getting the order wrong twice, and ruling the columns at the bunk end after lights because a fair order needs writing down or it isn't one, and he was aware of running on, and ran on, the rigger tonight who'd made him scratch a line out, and how the scratching had sat worse than any of the writing, and then, with no plan at all of saying it, "There's a 2-room on 7 with its own hatch onto the gallery walk. Lease boards up in the window. I go past it on purpose. I've never told anyone that." "Which frame?" Vasari said. Den told him. "I flushed the loop past there in spring. The water knocks in the wall like a man hanging pictures, but it's plant hot on that run, you'd never queue." Vasari drank. "It's a good 2-room." The night gang below swung a container up and out of the light. Den, warm with having said the thing and been asked which frame instead of anything worse, asked his next question as he asked all of them. "Your ringside, where before?" "Vaskre." Dockmen went around that word the way you go around a hole in the decking. The going around had never stuck to Den. "Were you there when it went dark?" "For the start of it." Vasari turned his cup a half-turn on the rail. "It isn't night falling, whatever the feeds made it look like. The growth halls put meters on their own light, because an eye won't swear to a slow thing and a meter will. By the end, we were running field lamps at noon and calling it weather." He said it evenly, a man reading out part numbers. "And before any of that, the schedules. Freight calls thinning. A route dropped here, a rate doubled there. Didn't anybody come and yunk? One assessment ever came out with a seal on it. 2 words in the box where the cause goes. Not established." The cup went another half-turn. "My sister stayed. Her too. Are they alive?" "No way to know. Nobody counts a dark system." Vasari watched the crane come back empty and settled to its next lift. "They say it darkened." A beat, no longer than the crane took. "I say it was made to." Made to. Den had the word in his mouth before he knew what he wanted with it. By who? Routes don't thin themselves. Somebody redrew them. Somebody signed the redraw. Somebody flew it. Vasari shrugged one shoulder. Den stood with his cup going cold. He had nothing that was any use to a man with that behind him, and knew it, and what came out was what he had instead of anything useful. "I believe you." Vasari looked at him for a moment. "Well," he said, "now there's 2 of us." Then he straightened off the rail and asked whether the 2 rooms board listed through the ring office or the concessions agent, because it changed what the renewal would do to Den in 5 years, and they talked about that, leaning on the wet rail like men who had known each other longer than an hour, until the cold got into the cups. At the stair, Vasari said, "Come up the ring some evening. Plant office. Ask for Andre. They'll point you," and went up into the dark of it 2 steps at a time, a big man climbing lightly, and Den went back in through the loading door with his face feeling like it had been somewhere warm. The back room had thinned to the crate side. The barman had put his head in twice already. The room was wanted for the late game, which had its own following and paid better than politics. The clerk was stacking the borrowed chairs. Sahi had stayed, and the crane hand, and a few others, coats on. The winch hand had stayed too, and now there was finally room for his sentence. "All I'm saying is paper's been tried." He said it to the crates in general. Lists is, no offense, lists is how they lose you. You give them a list, they thank you for the list. And the berths, all right, say we stop the berths. Morrow's lot sit up in the ring offices with the air on and wait us out. What's it cost them? Nothing's what. What I say is, something of theirs breaks. He heard how that had come out, and patted the air. Not a person, nobody's saying a person, something they own. That stops. So they have to come down here and look at it. Nobody comes down till a thing's broke. Ask maintenance, that's not me being clever, that's how the work orders run. "Break what then?" the crane hand said. The winch hand's hands closed on the air in front of him and came back empty. The agent's glass. No, the board. No, the board's ours, near enough. A silence he didn't want was forming, so he filled it. Something they'd have to look at. I'd know it when I saw it. Sahi, mild, not to him. Who's covering the early turn if half of us are up the ring the night they sit? I want the watch list square before anyone walks anywhere. And the room went to the rota, names, turns, who owed whom a swap, and the winch hand stood inside the argument he'd started with nobody in it. And after a while, he picked up a crate to have something in his hands and carried it out to the front for the barman. The clerk set the last chair on the stack and looked over at Den. "You'll bring the sheet up the ring when they sit," she said. Most of it wasn't a question. "And say the columns plain, like tonight." "Yeah, course," Den said before she got to the end of it. The woman in the mended coat, on her way past with the ring 7 knot, stopped long enough to say, "The renewal column. I want a copy before it goes up. Half that column is my corridor." Den said she'd have it, and she nodded once, at the paper more than at him, and went. The walk back to the dock rows ran the length of the gallery. The night gang had the hull's forward hold open now. The floodlight cut into long shadows by the crane, and the cold had properly arrived, the mist beating on the rail. Den walked and said the first line of it out loud to nobody. 900 registered hands. And then again quieter, because 2 riggers came past the other way with their collars up, and he grinned at the decking and kept walking, too fast for the hour, his hands cold and his ears still hot. Somewhere between the crates and the door, he had told the clerk yes. It had cost nothing, a word, gone by before it was finished. Saying it again up the ring, on his feet, in a room where strangers would put his name at the top of paper that wasn't his sheet, would be the same yes. Nobody had told him it went on being the same yes. At the work light by the stairhead, he stopped and took the sheet out and unfolded it, 1 fold, 2. The first entries were still the berth slip names carried over in grease pencil, gone brown at the edge of the page. 3rd line down, his own, Den, half, in his own hand, from the morning Sesk had found him half a shift out of turn, and he'd written himself in so the next ask wouldn't be his. Den folded the sheet along its folds, put it back against his chest, and took the stairs down 2 at a time. Chapter 12. 3 hours. The reserve plate at the head of the corridor read 3 hours. White figures on a gray slide posted at eye height where the walkway narrowed, and the whole corridor went past it all day without slowing. Lote read it because she read plates, meters, tags, notices, the small print under the big print. Plates being the one thing on the station that said the same words to everyone. 3 hours was shorter than a card night. It was a good deal shorter than a child's sleep. She took the figure with her and let Cray pull her on towards Corin's door. The walk was 3 doors and 1 proud seam of decking, and the child jumped the seam without looking down. The evening was going on behind every door of it. A supper argument, a serial on somebody's node feed. The end door's whole family talking at once about nothing that could possibly need 6 voices. The door before Corin's stuck in its runner and shrieked whenever its family came or went. Corin's door cycled sweet because Corin waxed the runner, as he did most things in his reach that squeaked. Inside, the room was kept like a berth. Bag square on the shelf, dock gloves on the hook, boots heel out under the bunk, the table folded down from the wall with a cloth over it, which meant cards. Corin had hauled the inner run for 2 years and been back since 23-21. The lease was what the money had turned into. The seamer from the end doors had brought her own chair, on the grounds that Corin's spare wobbled. She had brought it the first month the game existed, and it went home with her after. The printer had brought his supper, and was still eating it. Shoes, Lot said. The child sat down on the deck to fight them off, stood them where Lot could see them, and took the end of the bunk with her toy, a hinge of scrap plates and a pin that Vasari had made her, which opened and shut and did nothing else, and had outlasted every printed thing she honed. Corin dealt, and dealt the child 2 cards face down at her end of the bunk, as he always did, the sleeping partner's hand, to be claimed if she woke up interested. They played for chits, small ones, and for the book, a pocket ledger ruled in Corin's own hand, every night entered since the neighbors had first decided he was worth robbing. The tea came off the ring stewed to a finish. Lot poured, because the kettle spat if you hurried it. The seamer said the tea could caulk seams. She had a second cup. "There's a notice up at the chandlery," the seamer said, arranging her hand. "They're hiring the inner run again. Proper rates, it says." "Good for the run," Corin said. "You never look at it? The money?" "The money was fine." He put a card out. "I spent it on the fittings." The printer shifted, and the spare chair wobbled under him on its short leg. Some of it. That did for the subject. The printer asked how the shop went, said it went too well. The new arrivals wanted everything printed, and nobody wanted to wait for any of it. He had taken a boy on just to run the queue, and the boy had opinions about music that the whole shop now lived inside. He said all of it like a man complaining about weather he liked, and lost the hand while he was saying it. Vasari knocked part way into the second hand and put his head round the door, sleeves rolled, grease to the wrist. The vent fan at the end doors was down. The end door's youngest slept right under that vent. And did anyone at this table own a fine long driver? His own had gone to the plant in somebody else's box and stayed there. "Entered," Corin said. He dug the driver out of the stowed kit and penciled a line in the book before handing it over. "I'll bring it back tonight." "You'll bring it back crossed out." The seamer told Vasari her door seal had started whistling again. Vasari, already in the corridor, said Thursday. She said he had said Thursday last week. He said it stayed said, and went. Play went round. The seamer bid the way she talked, early and over the top of everyone, and she pulled at her ear before the big ones, and had never once been told. The printer announced each hand his last, and stayed. Corin lost the second hand and the third, and entered both against himself without being asked. In between, the seamer laid out the corridor for them. The sale notice on the door up the stretch, and what was being asked, and what would be got. A man 2 corridors over who was trading his laundry cycles at a margin, and whom she intended to ruin socially. The end door's eldest, who had a girl on the trade side now, and had started walking like it. Cray abandoned the hinge, came to the table, and counted the printer's chits for him with one finger, wrong, with great confidence. "You have all of these," the child told him. "Then I'm better off than I'd been told," the printer said, "and I can afford one more." Lotte had said the renewal to nobody, not to Corin, not to the child. The child had taken up counting things all the same, doors, spoons, other people's money. Late on, the child stood at Corin's elbow and pointed at one of his cards, and Corin played it straight-faced, and lost on it, and told the table the loss was a partnership matter, and entered it that way. Soon after that, the child was asleep against his side with the hinge still in one fist, and the table went to whispers without anyone proposing it. Corin played on one-armed, cards up out of her hair, whispering his complaints about them, which improved nobody's sympathy. The seamer got round at last to the question she had been saving. "I've meant to ask how you two know each other. You don't gossip like neighbors. Crewed together, Corin said. One run on the tallow, years back. Bad job. He evened the discard pile. Your deal. The seamer looked at Lote. Lote sorted her hand. The printer dealt. The driver came back inside the hour, wiped, handed over handle first, and Corin found the line in the book and crossed it out with ceremony. Vasari stood in the doorway rather than take a seat. Grease, he said, and it was true of his cuffs, and stayed to see a hand played out, and laughed low when the seamer's big bid ran into Lote's quiet one. The fan at the end doors turned like new, he said. The youngest was asleep under it already. He wished the table luck and went off up the corridor, and the printer said, to nobody in particular, that a man that handy was wasted on a plant shift. The pot ran dry in the next hand, and the jug with it. Corin was the night's loser, and fetching water was the loser's office, and the loser had a sleeping child on his dealing arm. Lote took the jug off the shelf before the seamer could open the question of whose turn it was by rights. Out in the corridor, the laundry pool was running late, a warm smell of soap and scorch under its doors. Somebody's strings worked at the same phrase over and over through a wall. Somebody else was frying real onions, and the smell reached every door on the stretch. Behind the nearest of them, a couple argued about paint in the low-register married people keep for arguments they enjoy. A row of children's boots stood drying outside the end doors, smallest at the end. At the head of the corridor, the reserve plate still read 3 hours. Lote read it going by, out of a habit nobody else on the corridor kept. The near tap had been down since spring, and nobody had come for it, so the one that ran at night was down where the corridor met the service stretch. She went past the laundry pool and its chalked rhoda, past the lease door with the sale notice pinned under the number, past the last house door, where the lighting changed from house warm to work white. The trunk gallery access stood at frame 19, dogged shut as always, its plate listing the frame number, the run's 2-path rating, and a certification dated 2320, an inspection tag on a wire beneath. Past it, the stretch ran straight to the tap, which came slow at night, so she set the jug square on the grating and folded her arms while it filled. A reclaim hand went by towards the voids, supper in a net bag, and nodded at the jug in passing. The water climbed. Lote ran the renewal sum once without deciding to. It came up short. She watched the water instead. Walking back, she passed the wall where the strings had finally got their phrase right, and stopped. And the room, when she reached it, was warm and low-lit and whispering, and she stood a moment in the doorway with the jug, before going in, for no reason she would have given. Corin had kept her hand for her under a chit. The printer declared his last hand for the 3rd time, and this once it took, so the hand was played properly, in silence, with the seamer giving a running account of everyone's faces. Corin's got nothing, she reported. That's just my face, Corin whispered. The seamer pulled at her ear and bid. Lote had been quiet all night, in chits as in talk. She had kept a low pair since before the jug, and she let the seamer bid past the point of coming back, and laid the pair down and drew the pot in with both hands. The seamer wanted to know exactly how long that had been sitting there, and what else this table was not being told. Lote evened her chits. Corin worked the book out of his pocket one-handed, the child unmoving against his side, and wrote the night down against himself. Next week it comes home, he said, totting up the column. All of it. I'd put money on that. You just did, the printer said, and went, at last, to his shift. Chapter 13. Neshk. 2 hours before her hull was due, Cesc stood in the throat-side arrivals hall with nothing to sign and nowhere useful to put his hands. The board above the gates carried the morning's approaches, and the packet's line sat third from the top with an estimate against it that he had already converted twice. Her ship had kept its own clock on the passage, as ships did, and somewhere in the crossing her day and his had swung apart. She would come down the ramp at her own mid-afternoon into what the station called morning, hungry at the wrong hour for a while, waking at his midnight for a few nights if the passage had treated her the way passages did. The estimate moved. He converted it again. There was no need, the answer changed by less than the time it took to work, and he worked it anyway, because a man standing still in an arrivals hall for 2 hours has to put his mind somewhere, and the ledger was where his had always gone. Around him the hall did its ordinary business. 3 gates open, a queue at the middle one, a tug crew at the far end playing cards on a freight case while their tow stood posted as gone long, which drew no comment from anyone, least of all them. A family went past him at a run to meet somebody off the first gate, and the meeting was loud, and the hall absorbed it as halls do. Cesc counted the queue, 14. He counted the baggage barrows racked by the wall, 9, one with a bent axle that somebody had turned wheel up so the next man would see it. Sound practice. The count gave out before the clock did, and he started again from the gates. The packet berthed early in the end, which his arithmetic had not allowed for. Passengers came up the ramp in the usual order, crew first with the mail, then the impatient, then the tired. Neshk came with the tired, a head above the human crowd around her, a case in each hand and a third slung, and her hands were ash to the wrist. She found him at once. Vekol do not have to hunt a hall for each other at that height. "You're here," she said, low, against her collar. Between the two of them there was no set to wait on, no rendering to lag behind the words, and out of some habit of the messages they both paused anyway, as if a machine were still owed its turn. "I came early," Cesc said. "How early?" 2 hours. "Of course you did." She put the cases down and looked at him, and he looked at her, and neither of them managed anything better than that for a moment. On the relay, with 11 days between a word and its answer, he had been fluent. He had drafted this meeting more than once, standing at his counter, and none of the drafts survived contact with the hall. What he had, in the event, was the case in each of his hands and a question about whether she had eaten, which she answered, and a remark about the crossing, which she also answered. And then the two of them were walking toward the entry desk like a consignment and its paperwork, and the paperwork was doing the talking. The entry desk had been cut for humans, at human waist height, like every counter on the station. Neshk stopped in front of it, considered it, and bent herself into the stoop the station would ask of her for the rest of her life. She took the stylus in the proper grip, lower thumb and 2 fingers, signed where the clerk's mark showed, and delivered her verdict on the cairn from down inside the stoop in their own language, low and perfectly audible. "Years of letters," she said, "counters, queues, schedules, weights. Never once did you write me that the entire station is built at the height of your knees." "Waist," Cesc said. "The counters are cut at human waist height. All of them are cut to the same figure. There is a tall stool at my post. 1 stool. 1 is what the post requires." Neshk straightened and laughed. At him, at the answer, at the years of letters that had been exactly that answer over and over, in different inks. And the laugh undid the last of the hall's awkwardness like a strap coming off a load. The clerk, who had understood none of it, stamped her entry. Cesc picked up the cases. Outside the hall, the concourse was at full morning. The queue at the noodle stall doubled back on itself, a crate of live greens going by at head height on somebody's shoulder, Two dockhands arguing a point of loading with their hands full of breakfast. Neshk walked through it slowly, reading everything, the way she read a market at home. Loud, she said. It is louder on the trade side. You wrote that too. She shifted the slung case. What happens now? Now you sleep. Tomorrow, Den has arranged what he is calling a small thing. How small? He would not give me a number, Cesc said. That is generally a warning. By its second hour, Den's small thing had run out of chairs a while before it ran out of guests. Cesc's quarters had been adequate for one person who worked long watches and slept between them. For 9 or 10 people, they required management. The bunk had become seizing. 2 freight crates had come up from somewhere, stencils still on them, and become a table. The vent ran full open and lost ground steadily to the cooking, and the door stood wedged because the room's own air had given up on the numbers. Den and Effie had arrived first, carrying a tall stool between them like a piece of ceremony. For the household, Den said. Dock pattern, same as the one at the post. Effie knew the fitter, so it's the good rail, the one that doesn't work loose, and I did the feet myself, so if it rocks, that's the floor. He set it down with a quarter turn, the way a man sets a thing he has made. It's for Neshk. You've already got one. At the post, Cesc said. That's what I said. You've got one. Neshk sat on it at the crate table at a height that asked nothing of her back and pronounced it the first correctly built object she had encountered on the station. Den glowed for the better part of an hour. The food came in with the guests, and none of it was printed. Effie had brought a pot of something she had cooked on a short-haul galley for years, thick enough to stand a spoon in, and she took over the 2 rings in Cesc's bally alcove without asking, which was correct since nobody else present could have been trusted with the pot. Sold came with a flat box of small red fruit still on the vine off her own bench. She put it in front of Neshk first and went through the whole spread, naming what a Veko gut would thank her for and what it would remember unkindly. The reds were fine. The pot wanted caution for the root in it. The flatbread was safe to the point of boredom. All of it delivered flat, as fact, one professional to a room she had decided to feed properly. Cell arrived behind her, quiet, with a covered dish that went straight onto the crate and was half gone before anyone thought to ask whose it was. Den had brought the music. The speaker was dock issue, scratched gray, and what came out of it ran fast with a beat in its bottom end like a pump 2 frames away. No, Sold said, from the far side of the room, without turning round. It's the good one, Den said. This is the good one. Everyone plays this. Everyone on the docks plays this. That's everyone. The music stayed, turned down to a compromise that satisfied nobody, and lasted 20 minutes at a time before somebody's elbow found the volume again. On the 3rd or 4th recovery, the woman from 2 doors along knocked, with the wall between her quarters as her stated business, and a pot of her own, still warm in both hands, brought along as either evidence or toll. Effie filled her a bowl. The complaint did not survive the bowl. The pot joined the table. The music came in with the guests, and none of it was printed. Effie had brought a pot of something she had cooked on a short-haul galley for years, thick enough to stand a spoon in, and she took over the 2 rings in Cesc's galley alcove without asking, which was correct since nobody else present could have been trusted with the pot. Sold came with a flat box of small red fruit, still on the vine, off her own bench. She put it in front of Neshk first and went through the whole spread, naming what a Veko gut would thank her for and what it would remember unkindly. The reds were fine. The pot wanted caution for the root in it. The flatbread was safe to the point of boredom. All of it delivered flat, as fact. One professional to a room she had decided to feed properly. Cell arrived behind her, quiet, with a covered dish that went straight onto the crate and was half gone before anyone thought to ask whose it was. Den had brought the music. The speaker was dock issue, scratched gray, and what came out of it ran fast with a beat in its bottom end like a pumped 2 frames away. "No," Sold said, from the far side of the room, without turning round. "It's the good one," Den said. "This is the good one. Everyone plays this. Everyone on the docks plays this. That's everyone." The music stayed, turned down to a compromise that satisfied nobody, and lasted 20 minutes at a time before somebody's elbow found the volume again. On the 3rd or 4th recovery, the woman from 2 doors along knocked, with the wall between her quarters as her stated business, and a pot of her own, still warm in both hands, brought along as either evidence or toll. F.A. filled her a bowl. The complaint did not survive the bowl. The pot joined the table. The argument began, as the best ones do, over nothing at all. Den, working through Sold's reds, said there was no comparing them to printed, that you could tell grown from a printer with your eyes shut, any day, anywhere, that it wasn't even close, that it was an insult to the vine to discuss it. "You could not," Sold said. "I could, blind, every time. People say that. Then you run it blind and they say the fork was wrong." Sold set down her bowl. "Grown and printed differ, measurably." "Then test me," Den said, delighted, and it was over for the next hour. The test required a printed control, and the entire spread had been assembled precisely to contain none, so a printed control had to be manufactured out of a ration block from Sesk's own shelf, the only printed item at the party, produced specifically so that somebody could lose an argument with it. F.A. cut the samples to size, administered them with a master's neutrality, and refused all requests for a ruling on procedure. "I feed you," she said. "I sign nothing." Den, eyes screwed shut, called the first sample correctly and celebrated at a volume that brought the neighbor's wall back into play. The second sample he called wrong, disputed on the grounds that it had sat too near the stove and warmth was information, appealed to the room, lost the appeal, and demanded a decider. The decider sat on the crate for the length of one exchange about fairness, during which Sel leaned in without hurry and ate it. Into the shout that followed, Sel said, "It was getting dry," which was the longest sentence anyone had got out of him all evening, and for a while nothing in the room could be heard at all over Den declaring the series void in his own favor, and Sold explaining, patiently, at increasing volume, that a void series reverts to the standing result, which was her result. Kade arrived while it was still running. Sesk clocked the door from the galley alcove. The administrator of the Cairn compact in the doorway of a loadmaster's quarters, holding a small twist of paper, watching a blindfolded dockhand litigate the temperature of a fork. "I won't ask," Kade said. Nobody stood. Somebody's arm, F.A.'s, reached her a bowl over the crowd, and she ate standing, in the doorway, the way people do who have trained themselves never to be the reason a room rearranges. The twist of paper she put into Neshk's hands directly. "Coffee," Kade said, "the real article, for the household, which means don't let that lot near it." Neshk weighed the twist in her palm, unhurried, and looked up. "You're the coffee one, from the letters." "Am I?" Kade's face did not move, which those who knew her understood as its version of moving. What did the letters say? That you pay in it, that it is a currency, and you are careful with the exchange rate. "He undersold me," Kade said to Sesk across the room. She stayed the length of the bowl. She turned the music neither off nor down when the dispute over the void series flared again. "Leave it. It covers the argument." Put her bowl in the rack unprompted. told the neighbor her pot was the best thing on the table, which was true, and made an ally of her for life, and was gone before anyone had adjusted to her being there, having been, for the duration of one standing bowl of stew, no one's administrator at all. The room went on without any of them noticing it going. Neshk held the middle of it from the tall stool without once raising her voice. She had the whole company mapped inside the hour. Sesk could watch it happening, and she worked down the table, putting the letters to the faces. Den she identified as the one who greets the queue by name, which he confirmed proudly before working out the rest of it. The letter said a boy at the counter greets the queue by name, Neshk said. A boy. Den appealed to the room over the word and got less support than he had budgeted for, Ife least of all. Somewhere past the middle of the evening, with the bowls in their second circulation, she came to Sel, who had said 9 words and eaten steadily, and given every appearance of a man entirely where he wished to be. And your people, Neshk said, in the ordinary way of a newcomer taking a census. When did the null come out this far? We've always been out here, Sel said, and held the dish out to her since she was nearest and it was going round. She took some. The music came back up on somebody's elbow. Suld, without turning, took it back down. Den said the standing result was under formal protest, and the evening closed over the exchange like water over a dropped chit. Late, in the galley alcove refilling the jug, Neshk stood beside Sesk for a moment in the steam, and the two of them had a short stretch of their own language under the noise, an island the width of a burner. You did not tell me it was like this, she said. Like what? Loud. Neshk took the jug back in before he could sort an answer, and lost the next hour to the neighbor, recipes, and the standing result. The guests went in 3s and then in 1s, Den last, carrying the speaker and a series grievance he promised to lodge formally. The quarters came back by degrees, the vent regaining ground, the crates emptied of everything except the vine, stripped bare, that Suld had left for the smell of it. The stool stood in the corner where the light reached it. Sesk washed. Neshk dried, since she did not yet know where anything went. So, she said, in their own language, working a bowl, tell me the day, not the letter's day, from when you wake. You have read the day for years. I have read the counters and the queues and the waits. Tell me the day. Sesk washed and told it. He woke on his own clock, wherever it had drifted against the stations. This month the 2 dawns nearly agreed. By next month his would come out the far side of the station's night. The post opened at station morning regardless. The schedule first, because everything after it leaned on it. Then the queue, which Den worked, and the exceptions, which came up the stair to Sesk one at a time all morning. The attestation wanting a countersignature, the consignment short 1 seal, the pay claim that wanted a month rounded up and would be signed for what it was and no further. Midday he ate at the counter, from the flask, on his own noon or near it. Afternoons were waits and custody. And there was a column in his register, ruled 4 years ago, that no form had asked for the people who came off a ship and stayed, a line each, name and ring and household, because a station full of arrivals needed 1 book somewhere that could prove a person was here. And in the drawer, he said, under the spare seals, there is a master's discharge book, unsigned, that I am keeping against the day a ship worth her signature comes through. It has been in the drawer 4 years. She was here tonight. She brought the pot. Ithe, Neshk said. Ithe. Then the evening watch closes the schedule, and I balance the register, and I come home. The word went out of him in his own language, unconsidered, the way a stone goes out of a hand. Home. On every station before this one he had said the quarters, The room. Back. Every posting had carried an end date he could produce without looking, a count running quietly at the back of the ledger, days down, days owing. Somewhere in the last 4 years, the count had stopped being kept. He stood with the last bowl in his hands and the water going cold, and could not name the month it had stopped. Neshk dried the bowl and put it down, and did not remark on any of it, which was one of the several reasons he had married her. "You stopped numbering the letters," she said instead, folding the cloth. "You will not remember it. Somewhere in the middle of the 3rd year, 41, 42, and then no number, just the date." "I did not." "You did." Cesc ran the ledger back. "I did," he said. She crossed to the cases and opened the first one properly, the full unpacking, garments and small iron and the wrapped things from the old kitchen, and began setting them out on the bunk in her own order of custody. Part way through, she held up the dark blue bowl, the one that had stood by the window at home for longer than either of them had been alive to argue about it. "Where does this go?" "Wherever you put it," Cesc said, and moved his tins along the shelf to make the room. The bowl went between the tins and the flask. Other things followed it, finding shelves he had never filled, and he sat on the tall stool out of the way and let her build. By station midnight she was asleep, on some hour of her own the passage had invented. Her hands gone from ash back to gray, and the quarters were still half a party and half a warehouse, and would need a day yet to become whatever they were going to be. Cesc turned the lamp down and did no arithmetic at all. Chapter 14. The Same Day. "And she read it back to me off the schedule, word for word, and she was right," Corrigan said. "Keep that part. If the morning's been long, lose the rest of the story, but keep the clerk being right, because it's my whole trade in one line. I've argued renewals against that instrument 5 times in 4 years. I'm good. The concession lends its juniors out to watch me the way you'd send apprentices to a fire. 5 arguments, 5 losses, and on the walk home after the 5th, I stopped being angry at the clerk. The paper is right. It's right about the draw, it's right about the berth, it's right about the term. Somebody wrote it down once, and it has been right every day since, and every one of you has stood in front of some counter or other and been told so politely. The panel room had been a chart store until 8 days ago, and the shelving marks still showed on the bulkheads. 3 trestles for the delegates, chairs from 3 different messes, the administrator's clerk at the end with the minute book open, and a gallery that the room had no business seating. Dock hands standing along the back wall in work gear they had no work to wear it for. A ring 4 block sitting the way people sit in chapels they don't trust. The Voskerline rows keeping their coats on. Ilse Morrow had the end of the visitor's bench, unaccompanied, a folio open on her knee. Her stylus had not moved in some time. Corrigan kept his hand still and let the pause run on a little past comfortable. Nobody filled it, which had not been true of this room half an hour ago. "So this morning you heard 3 stories, and I watched some of you do sums during the other 2. That's honest, and I'd rather have it in the open. The docs sat here while Ring 4 talked about a washdown main. And some of the docs thought, 4 years of filing, and has one of them stood a shift over it? Ring 4 sat here while the tally went up and thought, idle is a strong word for a man with a hiring board to stand at. My sector gave up pipe. And a good many of you sat very quietly indeed while a woman from Ring 7 told you what she watched her own sky do. And you have a word for her people that got said on the dockside 9 ways last month. And nobody said it in here this morning. And I noticed that, and so did she." Nobody moved along the back wall. Corrigan looked along it anyway, unhurried, and let them see him do it. "Keep your quarrels. I mean that. They're old, some of them are with each other, and they'll keep. What I'm done with, what 5 losses cured me of, is waiting for this station to agree with itself before it asks for anything. The paper answers schedules. I've tried it with speeches. I keep the transcripts. Some of them are very fine. 1,240 people in Ring 4 want their main back and an honest count of what they gave up. 340 hands want the work their own board says exists. 2,100 people from the Voskra line want one word said out loud by somebody who's saying it goes in a record. 3 wants. Nobody has to pretend they're one want. Nobody has to like the row they're sitting in. Put the 3 of them on one date, and the paper has to answer all 3 at once. And the paper has never once had to do that. It has taken us in the order we arrived. That's how it's beaten us. We arrived separately. The stylus moved. Corrigan clocked it without looking at her and went on. One demand. Simple enough that 9 houses can't lose it in a committee. First call stands suspended, the draws, the priority, all of it, while an independent technical survey goes through the 4 rings and counts what the plant actually carries against what the leases say they draw, and publishes the count entire, every meter, every main. One survey. It starts, it walks, it ends, it prints. No board comes out of it, no new office, no gentleman with a room and a budget. A count, in the open, once. The houses certified those rings. Good. Then the counting should hold no fear for anyone, and first call can stand down while it's done. And every resident on the concession build can read for the first time what is drawn off the spare capacity they live inside of. A delegate from the old corps, a careful man who had come, Corrigan judged, to be able to say he had frowned, had stopped frowning somewhere in the last minute and not caught himself at it. Now, this panel can't grant any of that, and I want it minuted that I said so. A nod to the clerk, who wrote, The panel advises the administrator. The administrator holds no vote over a lease term. The houses hold the term. So the demand doesn't stop in this room. It goes out of this room tonight over the signatures of everyone the houses invoice, and it travels the one road paper has ever respected on this station or any other, a beat. The work stands still. The word went along the back wall like a draft, and Corrigan stepped on it before it could become noise. Not today. Not in anger. Not sideways. Nobody shoved on a ramp. Nothing for a garrison feed to film. A date, published in advance, with discipline on it. Because the houses keep beautiful books, and I want this in their books. I want a column with our name on it. You've stood in their queue for 4 years. The pause again. One breath. Let them stand in ours. The gallery came up, a low sound at first, boot shifting, one dockhand's flat hand on the wall panel, then the Ring 4 rows, who did not applaud strangers as a rule. Corrigan stood in the middle of it and looked where the room wasn't, at an old man near the aisle in the Ring 4 rows who had not come off his chair, and whom his whole row kept glancing at the Voskra rows, who kept their eyes on whoever turned to look at them. He made a note of the old man's face and went to find him in the recess. Along the visitor's bench, Morrow turned a page in her folio without hurry. The convener got the room quiet by the ordinary method of reading aloud from the terms of reference, which cured applause the way rain cures a market day. Questions from the floor. A Ring 5 delegate stood up, a broad, earnest man who ran a fitting shop under the frames and had waited through the whole morning with a slate held in both hands like a hymnal. I've done arithmetic of my own, the Ring 5 man said. Hear it out, because nobody ever hears it to the end. We buy them out, all of us, every wage on 4 rings, a tithe. 1 year, I've the sums here, I'll table them, and the leases come home, and first call is ours to keep or burn. My grandmother bought her boat back off a combine that way, 11 women and a season's catch, and the boat fished another 30 years. Nobody stopped work. Nobody stood anywhere. We just bought it. It's money. Money's not loyal. Ours spends the same as theirs. Somebody's breath went out along the delegate's trestle, and a younger delegate got halfway to a smile. Corrigan came in fast enough to leave the smile nowhere to land. "Table the sums," Corrigan said. "I mean it. Clerk, take his slate before he goes. Here's what they'll run into, and I want you to hear it from a friendly witness before you hear it from a lawyer. The houses hold a term, and a term has no clause in it that obliges a sale. You can stock the price of 4 rings on Morrow's desk in cash, and her only obligation is to have somebody help you carry it out again. And if the houses did choose to sell, the price of a lease is what it earns, and what it earns is first call. You'd be bidding for the squeeze. At a valuation the squeeze itself set, out of wages the squeeze is sitting on. Your grandmother's combine sold because a boat is one boat. 9 houses selling 4 rings would be pricing the ground under a city." He held the man's eye, and there was nothing in the room to laugh at by the time he finished. "The instinct's sound. It's the same instinct as mine, that the people inside a thing should get a say in what it costs to live there. Keep the sums. Rooms change. One day there'll be a table that wants them." The Ring 5 man sat down slowly, in the manner of a man who had lost and been treated as though he hadn't, which was the treatment Corrigan knew best from the receiving end. The convener suspended the sitting to the change of watch. A delegate asked, on a point of order, when the panel would have a chair. The convener said the administrator was consulting in the tone of a man reading his own funeral notice, and the room began to stand. 3 currents, no date, 1 afternoon. Corrigan put his back to the trestles and went out into the heart to buy the rest of it. Midday, on the floor of the relay heart, smelled of frying oil and new bread, and the noodle counter's queue had folded twice back on itself, arguing lease gossip and station common and 2 other languages Corrigan could follow about half of. Somebody at the driftboard was chalking the Vecchio market 40 minutes later against tomorrow. Under the south stair, a stallholder had sold out of something and was standing in front of his own empty crates with the dazed look of a rich man who hadn't planned on it. Den found Corrigan before Corrigan found anybody, which was Den all over. The tally rode in his jacket in a cardboard folder that had been handled soft. "They're ready," Den said. "That's the thing, they're past ready. Half of them wanted it yesterday, and one of them wanted it a month ago. And I've been, look, it'll hold, the cruise will hold, that's not—" He stopped himself and started again, slower, which he had learned to do sometime in the last fortnight, and still did badly. "What do I tell the ones who can't carry the day? That's my question. I know whose renewals are due. It's my own tally, I wrote it. There's hands on that list a lost day puts under. 2 of them asked me if there's a fund, and I said I'd ask, so I'm asking." "There's no fund," Corrigan said. "Right. Tell them that. Word for word, there's no fund, and the day will cost, and the man who told you so will be standing on the dock gate where everyone can see him, not earning either." Corrigan let that arrive, then went on. "And tell them this part carefully. Anyone who has to work, works. Nobody's marked for it. Nobody stands in their way, nobody writes their name anywhere, and if I hear a man's been leaned on, I'll walk him through the line myself. What I want from the ones who can't stop is 10 minutes at the gate before shift, standing there. That's all. Nobody's asking anyone to bleed. Den nodded, and kept nodding a beat past the end of it, working something. When? Den said. The 31st. The 31st. Den tried the shape of it. 8 days? Yeah, rotas. I can do rotas. Some of the running together went out of his voice when it hit procedure, and Corrigan watched him walk off through the queue, already counting on his fingers, 23 years old and someone's representative, and put the cost of that on the ledger with everything else. The Voskra-line speaker was waiting at the shrine alcove, which Corrigan doubted was an accident of geography. Up close, she was younger than the testimony had made her, coat still on, and she stood with the accumulated stillness of somebody 4 registries deep into being processed. Your clerk smoothed me, she said with no preamble. This morning. I said taken, and the minute will say lost, because that is what minutes do. I've been reading this station's minutes for 2 years. Our system is lost in 4 of them, darkened in 6. Nobody writes it the way I said it. The minute will carry your words, Corrigan said, as spoken. I'll stand over the clerk while it's read back, and the readback is public. That I can do this afternoon, and I won't pretend it's more than it is. It's a record. It isn't the word said by somebody who's saying it counts. I can't get you that yet, and you know I can't. Yet, she said, and weighed the word without mercy. Then, the dockside calls us drusk. There are men behind you in that room who have said it in a queue where my children could hear. On the 31st, when your date comes, where do my people stand? Where do you want to stand? In front, she said, or we don't come. 2,100 of us came to this station, and we've been at the back of every queue on it since. I'm not putting them at the back of yours. In front, Corrigan said, agreed. First rank at the dock gate, and your own stewards, and your name, the line's name, on the demand with the others, same size. The speaker studied him for a moment. Corrigan let her do it and kept his face where it was. You're not asking us to agree with the docks. I'm asking you to arrive on the same day. Good, she said. We don't agree with them. The 31st. And she was gone toward the Ring 7 stair with her coat still buttoned, and Corrigan put the front rank into the picture he had of the gate on day 31, where there had been a gap in it before, and stood where he was until the stair had cleared, because the dockside would have to be told, and he had not worked out by whom. Barak came last, and came to him through the noodle queue without apology, a flat parcel of paper under one arm, wearing the same coveralls he'd worn in the sitting with Ring 4's frame number stenciled on the thigh. He didn't offer to sit anywhere. It wasn't going to be that sort of conversation. You asked me for my list a fortnight ago, Barak said. I did. I asked what you'd do with it. You never answered. This morning you did. Barak put the parcel into Corrigan's hands, and it weighed what 4 years of paper weighs. Copy. Current to this morning. I walked 2 editions before the sitting. Every quarter on Ring 4 with a respiratory rig in it. And under each one, who's alone, who can't walk far, whose door sticks, which neighbor holds a key. The doors you knock first when there's nowhere to walk to. Corrigan held it and did not open it. And Ring 4? Ring 4's grievance is 1,240 people, and a main we gave up when it mattered, and 4 years of filing since. We'll be wherever this is on the 31st. I'll say it in the sitting, this afternoon, on the record. That's worth more to you than a speech, and I don't make speeches. Barak looked at the parcel in Corrigan's hands, and then at Corrigan, unhurried. That's not for the sitting. It goes nowhere near a minute. If your date works and the houses get clever about air while the paper argues, that's what it's for. It has never once been used. I'd like that to stay true. A pause with arithmetic in it. Use it and I'll know what you are. Barak handed it over exact and without decoration, the same as he handed over a figure. Corrigan stood in the junction with the parcel in both hands. Page 1 on its own, the rig quarters, the stuck doors, the 4 years nobody would fund it, read out slowly in that room this afternoon, would have finished the argument before the tea went round. Corrigan put it in his inside pocket, flat against the chest, and buttoned the pocket. The 31st, Barak said. 8 days. I'll have the drills current by 6. He went back up the ramp to his shift. By the change of watch, the gallery had grown by half again. Word had gone round the heart with the midday cues, and the back wall was too deep now, and a man from the node feed stood in the corner with a recorder he was pretending was off. The convener read the morning's minute back, and at the 3rd paragraph, at "taken as spoken" twice, the Voskre Rose went still in a way that had nothing to do with silence being kept for procedure. Corrigan watched the speaker hear her own word read into a record by a bored man in an administrator's collar, and watched what it did to the rows around her, and said nothing at all, and did not look away either. Barak stood first. Nuri Barak, plant lead, ring 4. Ring 4 is 1,240 people. 4 years ago, it gave up its washdown main when this station needed the pipe, and it has been filing to get an honest count of that ever since, and the filings sit. Ring 4 supports the demand as read. First call suspended while one independent survey counts the rings and publishes. On the 31st, Ring 4 will be at the dock gate. That's all. He sat down. The whole of it had taken less than a minute, and the room was somehow heavier on the far side of it, the way a hold settles when real mass comes aboard. Den went second, and went long, because Den went long. The folder open, the tally explained twice, a sentence about the hiring board that set off round the room's dockside like dropped chain, 340 of us reading that board 6 days running, and the board's not shy. It tells you who the work went to. We got first called out of our own trade. And then, having overrun everything, he arrived somewhere he had not written down and stood in it, plainly. I started that tally so somebody would know who worked. That's all it was for. Now it's, people keep calling it a movement. It's a list of my friends. On the 31st, the berths stand down, and we'll be at the gate, and nobody gets touched, and nobody gets marked, and we'll stand there as long as it takes for someone to count us the way I've been counting them. He sat down. The whole of it had taken less than a minute, and the room was somehow heavier on the far side of it, the way a hold settles when real mass comes aboard. Den went second, and went long, because Den went long. The folder open, the tally explained twice, a sentence about the hiring board that set off round the room's dockside like dropped chain, 340 of us reading that board 6 days running, and the board's not shy. It tells you who the work went to. We got first called out of our own trade. And then, having overrun everything, he arrived somewhere he had not written down, and stood in it, plainly. I started that tally so somebody would know who worked. That's all it was for. Now it's, people keep calling it a movement. It's a list of my friends. On the 31st, the berths stand down, and we'll be at the gate, and nobody gets touched, and nobody gets marked, and we'll stand there as long as it takes for someone to count us the way I've been counting them. He sat down. To the flat palm thunder of the back wall, Scarlet, 23, and Corrigan revised his own estimate of which of today's speeches would be quoted at the gate, and it wasn't his. The Voskre line speaker stood last and stayed exactly 4 sentences. Her line's name went on the demand with the others. Her people will arrive on the 31st. They would stand in front. We are done being an appendix, she said, and sat down with her coat still buttoned, and no one along the dockside said anything at all, which on the Cairn in that year was a kind of weather report. The convener read the demand into the minute: suspension of first call on berth priority and environmental allocation across rings 5 to 8 pending one independent technical survey of the 4 rings environmental plant conducted independent of the concession schedule published entire. The suspension to end when the survey ends and recorded in the dry column notice of a stoppage of dock work from day 31 given by the parties as declared. Then he noted that the panel, being advisory, could advise the administrator of the foregoing, and would, and that the panel possessed no further powers. And he said this last part carefully, twice, like a man wanting it on record that he personally had never claimed otherwise. Corrigan took the floor for the last word because the last word was lying there and it would have been rude to leave it. "Nothing this room decided today binds anyone," he said. "The houses will tell you so by morning, and they'll be right. It's their instrument, and I've lost against it 5 times, and I'll tell anyone who asks that the paper is right." He let it turn. On the 31st, the paper can be right in an empty dock. The room stood up. It stood up all at once, benches going back, the wall of dock hands coming off the wall, and the sound had a size to it that reached him somewhere below the working level of his mind. And for a moment everything went cold and very clear, and the clarity itemized without being asked. 8 days. A gate with the old and the young at the front of it. A buttoned pocket. A list of friends that had become a movement between one watch and the next. Every promise made today payable at once to 3 creditors who agreed on one date and nothing else. All of it co-signed by a man who had stood on a chart store floor and asked for it. Then a bench went over somewhere near the door, and somebody laughed, and the room was only warm again, and Corrigan was shaking hands along the trestle line with the thing put away where he kept it. Morrow came to him against the flow of the crowd, folio closed under one arm, and offered her hand like a colleague, and her grip was dry and brief and entirely without irony. "This morning I had 3 parties to deal with," Morrow said. "This afternoon I have 1 signature to get, and I know whose. That is a considerable saving, and I did not make it. She waited exactly as long as she needed to. Congratulations. I mean the word." "You're generous, Chair." "I'm relieved. There's a difference. We're not competitors, Advocate. You don't hold anything I bid on. Yet." She said it pleasantly, adjusting the folio under her arm, entirely unbothered. A woman leaving a recital that had confirmed her taste, and she was 2 steps toward the door before she turned, unhurried, as though the thought had just arrived, though nothing about Ilse Morrow had ever just arrived. "One question, since it's a day for them. The demand's very good. Suspension pending survey, bounded, modest, printable. It's what I'd have drafted." A small, real smile. "Have you thought about what you do if the houses say yes?" Corrigan gave her the grin at full wattage and did not answer with anything else. "I'd hope your surveyors walk fast, Chair." Morrow said, in the tone of a woman entering a figure in a column, and went out through the standing crowd, which parted for her without deciding to, and did not look back. The room took a while to empty. The Ring 5 man came to shake his hand and stayed to explain the boat. The convener packed the minute book like a man diffusing it. Corrigan answered everything that came at him, warm, fast, correct, and worked his way to the back of the room as the work lights came up out on the floor of the heart, and the question walked at his shoulder the whole way, and he declined, for this evening, to sit down anywhere with it. The last of the gallery went out. The clerk asked whether the minute should go up to the administrator's office tonight or in the morning, and Corrigan said, "Tonight, everything tonight," dated today, and then stayed, alone, in a borrowed room with shelving marks on the walls, and stacked the mess chairs 4 to a stand the way their stencils asked, and squared the trestles and got the lights on his way out. Chapter 15. No Offence Disclosed. The timestamp was 11 minutes wrong. It sat in the header of the negotiation room set's local cache. One line of housekeeping, stamped by the set's own internal clock each time the table beneath it was written. Nobody read cache headers. Renderings got pulled, quoted, sworn to in statements. The header was the part of the freight nobody signs for. The bench tech had found it early on and had spent the days since trying to make it innocent. "Walk me through the clock," Yoss said, slowly. "I'll be repeating it to people who want it wrong." The bench room off the joint security offices ran cold for the equipment's sake, and the room set lay across 2 benches in more pieces than its maker would have admitted to. The tech, Node Systems, borrowed off the dock rota since the riot, set 2 readouts side by side. Every set carries its own oscillator. Cheap. It drifts, and nobody cares because the first thing a bench session does is square the local clock to station time. The clock's true again before your credential finishes authenticating, so any write that comes through a bench stamps true. A tap on the left readout. Off a concourse gate. Bench serviced. Ordinary. Stamp square to the second. A tap on the right. The room set. When it lost the node, the header stamped the loss with its own clock's opinion of the time. The node logged the same loss from its side. 1 event, 2 records, 11 minutes apart. So the clock was wrong. Clocks are wrong. Clocks are wrong, sure. It's the right I keep coming back to. The tech pulled up the table view. Cache tables are bench work. There's no field procedure that writes a table at the set, not for any trade, not in any annex. And a bench write can't carry drift because squaring the clock comes first. 11 minutes out means no bench ever touched it. Cesc had come across from the trade side between arrivals. The bench was cut for human work. He stooped over it, stylus between his lower thumb and first 2 fingers, going down the table the way he went down a manifest. The table passes checksum. It is complete. It is smaller than the table it replaced. Entries are gone, and the weights on what remains are lower. A dropout does not produce this. A dropout leaves damage. This is tidy. Tidy, Yoss said. Somebody wrote a worse table and closed it with a valid sum. The set trusted it, because it is valid. Cesc laid the stylus flat. I would also have trusted it. The write itself had been on her file since the riot. Unauthorized modification, author unknown, 1 line under a stack of statements that agreed on nothing else. The header was new. The header was when and with what key and, worth more than either, what its author had never known. The session that wrote it presented a maintenance credential, the tech said. Class credential, valid, current, right class for the port. The header keeps what it needs to run and drops what you'd want in court. The class stays, the serial goes. It's housekeeping. Nobody built it to testify. And the node kept nothing. Local service actions never go node side. Whoever stood there knew that much. It's true, it's in the annex, any panel hand could quote it. The tech straightened off the bench. What they didn't know is that the cache stamps its own rights. 1 command squares the clock on the way out. Run it, and there'd have been nothing here to find. And the link drop that put the room on the cache in the first place? Loss of lock, per the node's own record. No cause recovered. It happens. On any other morning I'd believe it, Yoss said, and left the question open where it stood. Corrected for the drift, the right landed on the morning of the riot, in that room, inside the booked hours. Clerks, caterers, delegates' aides, anyone with a reason to lean on the set for the time a right takes, which is less than it takes to lay out cups. A hand, a maintenance key, that morning, that set, on purpose. Yas finished it as she would have to write it. The right chose no words. It thinned a table. The sentence Talvagot was assembled from what remained, and the meaning was assembled by the men and women listening. Nothing in the header connected the key to what those delegates decided they had heard, and no artifact existed that could. Who knows the header stamp's rights? Bench people, the text said. Which people? Me. A pause. You'll want that written down somewhere. It's already written down somewhere. I said the machine was broken, Neshk said. On the day, in the room, I said it. You did. It is now in 2 records. He went down the table once more with the stylus and did not mark anything. Nobody will withdraw a statement because a header says the machine lied. No, the session log still carries that sitting's renderings as renderings. I'll annotate it today. Product of a compromised table, reliability nil. It won't change a single mind on this station. It will change the file, Neshk said. I work in the file. Her set stayed quiet on her hip through all of it. Sahi had moved to early shifts ahead of the stoppage. She had swapped onto lates without either of them discussing it. The quarters changed hands twice a day now, like a watch post. He would be on the line with his crew on day 31, and they had not brought that up either. The bench was the best company she'd kept all week. The set stays in pieces, and the finding stays in this room, she said. People ask what you're doing in here. They ask. I tell them it's slow work. Make it slower. The letter from the Concessions Council was in the afternoon queue, addressed to the investigating officer by title and copied to Morrow's office by name. 3 paragraphs. The first regretted the continuing disruption to member house operations. The second asked whether joint security anticipated charges against persons connected with the organizing committees in advance of Day 31, member house security arrangements being contingent on the answer. The third enclosed draft language, offered for joint security's convenience, confirming that the investigation to date disclosed no offense against any member house and invited her to adopt it. The draft was accurate the way the doctored table was valid. Yas read it twice, returned 2 words, investigation continuing, and adopted nothing. Everyone was shopping for a verdict. Council wanted the riot concluded against the committees while the pickets were still a plan on paper. The committees wanted it concluded against the concession while the anger still had somewhere lawful to go. What the bench had produced suited neither, and would suit her own board no better. An offense with nobody standing under it, a key of a class the station issued to every trade that touches a panel, a stamp that kept the class and dropped the serial. There was no seat on the joint board she could brief without the finding going home to a principal by dinner. The concession seats to Morrow's office, the civil seats to the panel's people now. She had watched minutes travel before. It stayed under her seal. Corrigan arrived at the end of the afternoon with a folder under one arm, 2 cups from the new concourse stall in his free hand, the stall with the queue, and the manner of a man delivering good news nobody had asked for. 1 cup went down on her desk, positioned where she could reach it without conceding anything. Marshals, he said, and dealt sheets across the desk like a winning hand. Every line gets named marshals, sober, badged, answerable to the committee by name. Emergency access stays open at every berth. Your people countersign the routes, mine keep them clear. Anybody who improvises gets walked home by his own side before your lot have found their boots. Day 31 runs so clean you'll be bored by mid-shift. Yas went through the sheets. The plan was good, better than what she was usually handed, which arrived after the fact and attached to an apology. Who wrote this? I did. The line is the argument, investigator. It only argues if it's clean. He evened the sheets he had not yet dealt and did not leave. You've had the room set on a bench since the riot, and a node tech borrowed off the dock rota to go at it. Dock techs drink where my people drink. Don't give me the detail. I'm not asking for it. I'll tell you the shape I've been sold second-hand. The machine didn't fall over. Somebody pushed it. Yoss said nothing, evenly. Right, Corrigan said, as if she had answered. So let me do the sums out loud, since nobody else will sit still for them. I stand on a concourse tomorrow and say one word: sabotage. I never say a second one. I accuse nobody. I don't have to. The room does the rest. The same way that room finished Talve's sentence for him. By day 31, every hand on the line believes the riot was bought, and everybody already knows who does the buying here. Council's been telling the whole station since the riot that my people burn a negotiation when they're losing it. I could put that in the ground by supper, and the line would stand a foot taller on the day. And you've come to tell me why you won't. I came about marshals. The grin arrived and went. But since you ask, it isn't true. Not yet, and never mind the version I'd be selling. There's a broken machine, and there's somebody's hand on it, and between those two and the concession did it sits a gap I'd be asking a concourse to jump. They'd jump it. That's the trouble. They jumped a smaller one for a bad translation. For me, they'd take it at a run. And if it comes back your way, a concession fitter with a grudge and a payment trail, then I called it before I knew it, and it happened to land. He turned his own cup slowly, without drinking from it. A man who calls things before he knows them runs a movement exactly as long as his luck. And if it comes back the other way, some idled hand off my own tally, somebody's cousin, then I stood a concourse up on a story it liked. There's no Marshall Plan for that. After the riot, she had distrusted how neatly his people's statements agreed with one another. Council's version of the riot ran on the feeds every cycle. Every cycle it ran unanswered was a cost he had just chosen in her office to keep paying. He had done the arithmetic before he knocked. When it's chargeable, Yoss said, you'll have it the same hour Morrow's council does. That's more than I came for. It's exactly what you came for. You just didn't say it. Corrigan laughed at that and stood, gathering his folder. Countersign my routes, investigator. And the Marshall Plan's real mind, don't lose it under the drama. The annotation for the session log could have gone to records in the evening queue. Yoss walked it across herself instead, and took the long side of the concourse to do it. Rel was inbound toward his chandlery with a hand truck stacked to his chin, past a queue that ran from his door to the next frontage. Investigator. He kept the truck moving. You want coffee. The real article, not printer. I don't drink it. Nobody drinks it. You hold it. Come day 31, it's currency, and you'd be the only officer on this station who can pay for information in something that keeps its value. Bribing an officer with the means of bribery? That's new. That's diversification. He swung the truck at his doorway, and the queue shuffled sideways to let him through. I've sold camp stools to the pickets, and the same stools to the clerks the concession's sending to count the pickets. Same stool. If either side had haggled, I'd feel worse about it. The queue closed behind him. Yoss kept walking. The garrison duty commander was at the joint security counter at the end of her shift, cap under his arm, having asked the duty officer for a few minutes and being visibly a man who would use fewer. In the small room off the counter, he did not sit. 2 items, investigator. The first is notice. On day 31, the garrison keeps to garrison precincts. Nothing on the concourse, nothing at the berths. If a joint security post asks for relief anywhere near a picket line, my answer is no. Better you carry that answer in advance than request it on the day. Carried. The second is a question, and I'm asking it in a small room on purpose. When it begins, is the stoppage a public order matter? It's a labor dispute, berths and leases, civil. Is that an assessment or a determination? Joint security has made no determination. My assessment? It isn't one. Not yet. Not yet. The commander took the cap from under his arm and put it on. A summary of this conversation goes up my chain tonight. Those two words go up as the finding. At the door, he paused the length of a nod. Thank you for the assessment. I'll ask again when there's a determination. The duty room lights went to half around her. Yas opened a cache file and wrote it the way it would have to be defended. Deliberate, unauthorized right to the local translation cache of the negotiation room set, confirmed by bench examination. Instrument, a maintenance class credential. Serial not retained. Time, the morning of the sitting, by corrected stamp. Person, not identified. Status, open, technical. In the suspect field, she entered not identified, where it looked more finished than it was. Then, off the case file and on her own seal, she pulled the Civil Registry's roll of maintenance credentials, every key of that class issued on the station and not yet canceled. The roll came back at 1,480 names. She attached it to no file and briefed it to no seat. Yas started reading at the A's. Chapter 16. The Hearing. The sentence is the administrator's own, and it is in evidence, the chairwoman said. The founding instrument contains no power of refusal. Admission is decided by the precedent. What admission costs is decided by what the Cairn can build. I have read it 4 times this week. 3 members have read it into speeches this morning. I propose the committee now do it the courtesy of answering it. The room she said it in sat under a Geneva afternoon, more than 200 light-years away, and not a second late. A long table on a dais, benches rising on 3 sides, water glasses nobody drank from, a public gallery full enough to matter. Chairwoman Duarte ran the session from the center of the dais, working through a stack of notes page by page and folding each finish sheet backward with a care that had outlasted stronger members than the ones in front of her. The link carried her voice into the office as if the woman were across the desk. Nothing traveled the other way unless the chair chose to recognize it. Kade had taken the chair behind her own desk at the start of the session and stayed in it, upright, jacket fastened, the day's other files stacked at her elbow and untouched. The clerk kept the minute at the side table and had not once looked up to see how the administrator was taking any of it. Kade kept the jacket fastened anyway. The administrator has made herself a precedent nobody ratified, said a narrow man on the deployments benches, reading his questions off a slate. Whatever we think of the door is now a security fact, and this committee is responsible for the largest single contingent standing inside it. The administrator asked this directorate for steel and was sent a query, said a woman from the northern benches. The door Earth declined to fund got built on private terms. Members who dislike the leases can look up who declined to offer public ones. The name of this committee is on the correspondence. A third member wanted to talk about the riot, scenes of disorder, 4 weeks of them on the domestic feeds, a station that admitted anything and then set fire to itself over a translation. A fourth said the disorder was a housing question, and the housing question was the leases again, and the 2 of them went at each other across the aisle while the Cairn sat unmentioned between them. Duarte let it run to the minute she had evidently allotted it, and no further. The question before this committee is whether anyone answers for the size of that door, she said. The honest position this morning is that nobody does, and the public we serve has noticed. The administrator is on the link and has been for 2 hours. Administrator, is there a number at which the Cairn refuses? No, Chairwoman. At any number? The President decides who comes in, Chairwoman. What the Cairn can build decides what happens to them after. Those are the 2 numbers I work between. Only one of them was ever mine. Somebody on the deployments benches said, not quite under his breath, that the frontier had opinions about its own instruments now. Duarte did not look up from her notes. The administrator answered the question she was asked, she said. Members will extend the same courtesy. Motion 1. Motion 1 came from the narrow man, read fast, drafted long before the morning's speeches. The garrison establishment at the Cairn raised from 400 to 900. The mandate amended to include the protection of compact infrastructure. The increase found, in the first instance, by retasking the relief rotation of 240 presently in transit to another frontier posting, 8 days out at the hour of this sitting, and thereafter from new construction, as hulls complete. Kade turned her cup a quarter turn and left it where it stood. 660 of the new establishment existed as framing orders at yards that had not laid a keel. The committee had raised itself an army and turned one ship. An appropriations member asked who paid for a garrison whose working day would be spent guarding private leaseholds. The narrow man said the word infrastructure carried no test of ownership. A woman 2 benches along asked for the definition of compact infrastructure, since her constituents would want to know what 900 soldiers were for, and was told the definition would follow in the schedule of implementation. The troops will arrive before the schedule does, she said. Duarte moved to the vote. It carried on the voices, comfortably. Motion 2 came up from the benches Duarte had been watching all morning. A member who had asked twice already in other sessions for something with teeth in it stood and said his constituents had a shorter word than allocation dispute for what had emptied those systems, and that if this chamber would not use the word, it could at least stop Earth's trade crossing the thing itself. A member opposite said that the moment this chamber used the word, this chamber would be asked what it proposed to do about it, and invited the honorable member to cost that answer for the gallery. Duarte gavelled them both down and put the drafted text, which had been waiting under her hand the whole exchange. The committee will prefer measures within its own reach, she said, and read it into the minute. A prohibition on the import, carriage, and transfer of feedstock cultures and environmental biologicals originating in systems under allocation dispute. Schedule of systems annexed. Effect from certification of the minute. It carried on the voices. The gallery stirred and settled. Kade had the written response drafted before the committee reached other business. 4 sentences, no adjectives, the office's seal, and lodged it before the session rose. It would be noted. The committee suspended for 20 minutes at its own mid-afternoon. Kade poured the clerk a coffee from the flask without being asked and set it at the edge of the minute where it could do no harm. Her thumb brought her son's message up from the top of the queue. I saw the committee list, you're on after the fisheries, and put it down again unanswered. Duarte closed the session an hour later with the conclusions restated for the record in the order her public would hear them. An establishment raised, a prohibition certified, and administration's response noted. The screen went to the directorate's crest, and then to gray. The link request came up from the relief hull before the hour turned, routed through the garrison's own channel and logged by the clerk as a courtesy call. Kade took it at the desk. The lag was 8 days' worth of distance folded into something under a second, enough to put a beat in front of every answer. "You watched it," Kade said. The garrison feed carried the movement order before the public minute closed. Tearing sat in a wardroom with a bulkhead behind him and his cap on the table under his hand. And even at that range, he sat the way men sit when the chair is not theirs. "The establishment is 900 on paper, Administrator. What exists is the rotation, 240, diverted to me off a run to a posting that will now go short. Arrival is being confirmed." "And the mandate?" "Protection of compact infrastructure. I have signaled command for a definition. Until one comes, my own reading stands on my file, dated so that whoever corrects it can see when it was made." "What do you need from this office?" "Berthing and water for a rotation I did not request. My establishment paper doesn't unload a hull." "When do you make the station?" 8 days. We were bound somewhere else when your hearing sat. The orders came to us in transit, and the hull is doing what it can with them." A half-beat that was distance and not hesitation. "I would rather my quartermaster arrived at your clerk's desk before I did." "Send him ahead on the feed then. Berthing I can promise. Water is measured." Tearing inclined his head the exact degree the request had earned, and the link closed from his end. Sold came up before the minute had finished printing, the annex already on her slate, her thumb holding her place in it. "Schedule of systems," she said, no greeting. "The house I buy scrubber stock from is on it. I've bought from them since the rings were fitted. Clean lines, good cradling, one route. One source because one source was cheap, and I am now an idiot in writing. Sit down." "I'll stand." The slate came down on the desk harder than it needed to. "Ring air crosses a cultured bed after the mechanical loop, the bed takes out what the loop can't. Beds where? I swap them from stock, and I restock from that house. As of certification, no underwritten master will load my crates, and the house's dock won't clear an outbound consignment without the paper the sanction just killed. Both ends, sealed, in one vote." "What do you hold?" "Enough that nobody smells anything for a while. I can breed replacement lines on deck 12 slower than the beds wear. You don't need the tables to see where that goes. I want the tables anyway. The response went up tonight with your spring figures. I want current ones behind it. You'll have them by morning." Sold's jaw worked once. "And further down the same schedule is the Cephalon system. Their darkening is still argued about. That's the listing criterion. That's the whole test. Somebody in Geneva wrote the word and went to lunch, and 690 people now draw on mother lines I can't lawfully reinforce." "Reinforce from where, before this?" "Diaspora stock, when a hull was going the right way. Rarely. Now, never. Not on any hull that clears through Earth, and the sending side won't release a crate without the same dead paper. Don't ask me about quiet routes. I run a food system, and the day my cradles move off the books is the day the whole program is somebody's evidence." "Your tables carry the response then. I'd put your name on the covering page." "My name where a signature goes, nothing else." Sold captor stylus. "The feeds will want the engineer with the interesting parents standing somewhere sad next to somebody's child. I've been 4 years not being anyone's argument. The Cephalon can be spared it too. Send numbers." "Numbers then." Kade let a beat pass. "If the beds go short before a route opens, what's nearest? On this station? The Cephalon plant runs the same family of stock under their own decks. Theirs, sized for them, and it isn't going in any table a committee can read." Sold picked the slate back up. "Breed faster, buy nothing, and hope the rings stay boring. Morning then. Morning." The clerk put his head in at the end of the day watch. The Cephalon spokesman, No appointment. Kade moved the day's files off the second chair herself. Talve came in with his smoked shade pushed up on his brow and stood a moment inside the door the way he had stood in doorways 4 years ago, when standing in them at all had needed deciding. The rest of him had stopped doing that a long time since. "I have had the schedule explained to me twice coming in," he said, both times kindly. "Sit down, I'll do it the other way." Talve sat. They couldn't reach the cause, Kade said. They could reach freight paper. So they drew a schedule of systems where the darkening is still argued over, and barred one class of cargo from all of them. Yours is on the schedule because the argument is still open. Open is all it takes. And the appeal? A written response lodged tonight, noted by now. An appeal proper needs a review the directorate would have to convene session after next at the earliest, and the committee that would hear it is the committee you watched this morning. I'll file it. I'm telling you what it is. Talve took the shade off his brow and cleaned it against his sleeve, slowly, though it was clean. "Why us?" he said. "We took nothing from anyone. The schedule reaches to the edge of Earth's paper and no further. Your cultures cross that paper. Whoever emptied your sky, if anyone emptied it, Geneva declines to decide that as well, never comes near it." Kade left the rest where it lay for a moment, and then gave him that too, because he had come for all of it. "It will hold, and it will not be the last one." The shade turned over once in his hands. "There are elders in my sector who will be glad tonight," Talve said, "not of the schedule, of the argument it hands them. 4 years I have said, stand into this place, take its papers, be counted in its ledgers. And an Earth committee has put our own cultures on a contraband list. What do you want from this office? The stock we grow under our own decks." He set the shade on his knee. "My sector's working stock, beside Sold's mother lines. I want it entered on the station inventory under the sector's name, held by us, listed as ours. When the next committee draws the next schedule, there will be a line of record that says these are sector property, grown and held here by the people who grew them. That's an inventory line. I can sign an inventory line tonight." Kade pulled the form onto the desk screen and filled it while he watched. Holder, the Sethlin sector. Class, cultured environmental and dietary stock. Status, sector property, held on station. It doesn't give the sector standing at the claims desk. That's a different fight, and this year I'd lose it. "I know which fights I brought," Talve said. Kade signed it and turned the screen so he could read the line with his people's name in the holder's column. Talve read it twice, at his own pace, as he read everything the station's offices produced, and nodded once. At the door he stopped and drew the shade down over his eyes against the corridor lights. "You could have read me the committee's version," he said. "You'd had it twice." "So I had." A pause, the length of a breath. "Thank you for the other one." By the 8th bell, the outer office was dark, and the heart below the window was changing over to its night stalls, the grills coming down on the day counters, and the first steam going up off the late ones. Her son's message sat at the top of the queue, where it had sat since last week, flagged red, unanswered. "The street flooded Tuesday, and the neighbors have formed a committee about the drain, which I'm told is not allowed to be funny. The dog's gone gray at the muzzle. She still beats me to the gate. Work is work. I saw the committee list. You're on after the fisheries item. Don't read the gallery feeds afterwards. Call on a bad week. I've stopped holding out for the good ones." Kade opened a reply and typed, "The hearing concluded today. The station's position was noted," which is the word they use, and stopped, and cleared it. The second one got as far as, "You were right about the gallery feeds." She cleared that too. The third, is the dog cleared? The cue light had been on since the sixth bell. The item under the message was a garrison movement advice, copied to the Civil Administration for information. Advance element 240 all ranks. Arrival confirmed day 33. The stoppage notice had been posted on every board on the station for days. Work stops on day 31. The berths stand. The line forms at shift call. Kade pulled the committee's minute and read it once through, end to end, looking for the other date. It raised an establishment, amended a mandate, annexed a schedule of systems, noted a response. Day 31 appeared nowhere in it, and neither did the word stoppage. Kade took the morning's day sheet, wrote the two dates on it, one under the other, and set the sheet in the center of the desk where the clerk's day would start. Then she turned off the lamp. You've reached the end of Part 1. The story runs on. Part 2 is on the channel right now, ready to play so you can carry straight on. If you're enjoying the journey, take a moment to subscribe. The whole of the Fracture Cosmology is being brought to life here, one book at a time. Part 2 is waiting. I'll see you there.